Fresh and Buds.
All right, welcome back to yet another set review episode of Fresh and Buds. I am your host, Tommy Fresh, and you are all my buds. And once again, we are joined by, well, Bill from the Spike Feeders, the go-to bud for these set reviews, just like gung-ho about talking about these cards, which I love, and it's a blast. How are you, my friend?
I am doing so well. I suspect I'm just the only one crazy enough to sit down for for 5 continuous hours and chat about these cards with you, but I look forward to it every time. I've said that on every single one. And this one especially, not only because it just means that I have an excuse to sit down and chat with my buddy Tommy, but also this set is just super weird in the best way possible. So I'm excited to see what we align on and what we don't align on.
Yeah. It's going to be wild. And I agree with you, the set's insane. And I think that the craziest thing about this set is things aren't so apparently good or apparently bad, right? I think it's going to be one of our most kind of up in the air reviews for sure. But we will see where we land. But before we get into it, I just want to shout out the Patreon real quick. We got a long episode, so I don't want to, dwell on it long. But if you could check out the Patreon, it's in the show notes. You can get access to a bunch of bonus stuff. We got some really cool limited stuff coming out, which I mentioned last week's episode that we're going to do with Outsiders. Just talk limited. Excited to have a draft set. Why the hell not? And the patrons are going to be able to get involved with that. What else? Check out the Bud Rush Bella that I do with Gary, aka Mr. Viz, on Wednesday evenings, 9:30 Eastern, where we kind of we have a pretty wild live podcast, and it's a lot of fun. And also, if you're watching this on the YouTube, or if you're even listening to this elsewhere, check out the YouTube. Give us a old subscribe, like, comment, all that stuff. At 500 subscribers, still going to do a full adult Levia cosplay. It is going to be humiliating for me and entertaining for all of you, I hope. So once we get there, it's going to be a blast. And also Gary will be the dead rabbit that Levia killed. So that is going to be a blast. But why not just jump into this review right now, Bill? Are you ready?
I am as ready as I'll ever be. Again, I think a lot of our ratings are going to be pretty up in the air because there's just a lot of moving parts for these cards, I think. Something that I think we should probably do before we hop into it, though, we should remind the listeners of our rating system here over on the Fresh and Buds set review.
We should. Well, we're going to start up at the top, right? It's going to be fresh to death, right? So that is your crazy, not the bombs, or just like really great cards, like format defining. Maybe something from Dynasty that would have been a good example is Pulse Wave Harpoon, right? That card is fresh to death, no doubt. And then the next rating we have is fresh, which is just your like solid cards. You're going to be happy to play them. They're going to kind of make your deck hum. Cards like, oh, geez. Well, I can't think of many from Dynasty. Dynasty was all over the place, but yeah. Well, actually, Skullcrack is a great example from Dynasty, right? That's just a good card to put in a brute deck. So we're going to have a lot of those in this deck, or in this set. And and then after that comes stale. Stale cards are not the best. They're not like, they're not going to change the world, but there will be times when they make the deck and could have a role to fill. And then finally we have rotten. If you're gonna have fresh, you gotta have rotten. I mean, this is basically Rotten Tomatoes, the set review. So rotten is basically what we think is close to unplayable, and then even some like stuff that probably isn't good now but will be down the line. So yeah, that's it. So let's get into it. I mean, let's just jump right into it. And we're going to start off strong here with Azuri Switchblade, which is the new assassin hero. And it comes in the young version as well. 4 intellect, 40 health, Once per turn attack reaction, banish a card from your hand face down. Turn the card banished this way face up. If it's an attack action card with cost 2 or less, put target attacking card with stealth from the active chain link on the bottom of its owner's deck, then put the banished card onto the active chain link as the attacking card. That's a mouthful. Now, to kind of simplify it is, well, you play out a stealth card, and then as an attack reaction, you can basically replace it with something in your hand. You put the stealth card in the bottom, and whatever you put out there is the new card. So, what are your initial thoughts on Azuri Switchblade?
She leads to just a very weird play pattern. We were kind of chatting about this really briefly before we hit record here, but I think that the attack reaction, the fact that it kind of cheats a mana, like it allows you to, most of the stealth stuff that we've seen, in fact, I think all of the stealth attacks that we've seen are like 0 for 3 for the red. And this allows you to put anything up to 2 cost into play in its place. Notable example, Command and Conquer works extremely well with this. And just leads to some very strange interactions with, there is a specific attack that we'll see later that really makes the weirdness of this effect and the fact that it's an attack reaction really shine here. She makes it so that you can have a 2-card hand that still puts out a Command and Conquer that can potentially be harder to block, and so you can get the attack through a little bit easier, stuff like that. She's going to be pretty mind gamey, I think, because obviously you don't have to reveal what your plan is until it's kind of already too late for your opponent to do stuff. So the deck is going to play super weird, but I think it will really, really reward, picking your spot and having impactful on hits on demand whenever you can. Another good on hit that works really well with this, if your opponent doesn't respect the attack reaction, you can come in with a Pursuit of Knowledge, which is a card that is usually pretty hard to hit with. But if your opponent just goes, it's fine, no blocks, boom, I'm smarter now.
Yeah, I mean this hero is scary, right? It feels a lot like Dorinthia in a way. Like you got to learn how to make your opponent be smarter than you, right? And I imagine the lines will get pretty easy to read as we play against this hero a little bit more, but that doesn't mean the deck can't win, right? We see Dorinthia win all the time. So my initial reactions, we're going to see a bunch of the cards that Azuri can play, is this is going to be a fresh hero. I certainly not stale, and I mean it has the ceiling of going fresh to death, though. I feel like its ability to be read is going to hold it back from like the upper echelons. Yeah, I think the Dorinthia comparison is pretty accurate here. It's basically a knowledge check to your opponent to be like, how much do you care about this? How much do you want to block this initial attack that doesn't really do anything because of the fact that it could become something worse at basically instant speed. So I think I align with you there. I think this is definitely a fresh hero. At this point right now, my brain is a little bit too small to see how the play is actually going to turn out, like how the deck is actually going to run, but I have actually a decent amount of faith that she's going to be pretty strong. And that actually leads us into our second hero, which I'm kind of in the same boat where I don't know exactly how this deck is going to play out, but I don't think it's going to be as strong as Azuri. The second assassin hero that we're getting in this set is Arachne, Solitary Confinement. So this is a young hero only, so only for Blitz and UPF, I suppose. But they have 4 intellect and 19 health. It's a little bit of a nerf. And their ability is really, really easy. Just your first attack with stealth each turn has go again. Something that will become more apparent as we're talking right now, but just for those of you who don't know, just to make the conversations around these a little bit easier, stealth is a keyword on cards that doesn't inherently do anything. It's basically just an additional tag that they added on to cards. Same with Azuri, like the cards that she's able to swap out are just cards that have this keyword on them. And the keyword is just there for
flavor, for ease of reference, that sort of thing. So obviously, without seeing the cards that Arachne can attack with, it's a little bit harder to rate at this stage. Sorry, excuse me. But giving things go again, especially with Assassin really having a tough time getting just attacks with go again in general, it seems like not a bad ability. I'm just not quite sure how it's going to stack up to Azuri, because something that we will see, a lot of the cards that have stealth aren't super impactful on their own. So coming in with 2 of them maybe isn't the greatest thing that you could possibly be doing. So I'm tempted to rate this one kind of being a little harsh, but like a high stale. I do think that Azuri kind of does what this deck wants to do a little bit better. But giving things go again for free, especially consistently, is really good, just at its floor. So we'll just have to see how impactful the stealth cards are, which obviously we'll be getting into shortly.
Yeah, we'll be getting into. I will say I'm a little bit higher on solitary confinement. I don't play a lot of Blitz, but my understanding is, well, it's a very quick format. And Arachne has the ability here to go wide, like built in, right? It's built into its text. And then, we know about Spider Bites, which is actually the next card on the list, but we don't need to talk about that when we talk about in Dynasty, but you have these one go again daggers. So you go dagger, stealth, go again, something else, and it's not out of the realm of possibilities to see how someone could just build like a really solid aggro deck with Arachne solitary confinement. And it's just going to play so different than the other Arachne Huntsman and Azuri Switchblade. And I think it's going to have its own identity there. Whether or not it's good is hard to say. I'm probably low fresh to meet your high stale. And yeah, I think that's probably where we're at. I mentioned the next card was Spider Bite. We've already talked about that card in the Dynasty set review. Just a solid dagger to play in Assassin. But we do have a bunch of more new daggers, and one of them is called Nerve Scalpel. So this is it's going to be very similar to the Spider Bite. It is a one attack, one-handed dagger for Assassin. It has a once per turn action, pay 2, attack, go again, just like Spider Bite. Has piercing 1, just like Spider Bite. And this time it has a different on hit. When this hits a hero, the next time they defend with 1 or more reaction cards this turn, those cards have -1 defense while defending. So off the bat here, kind of a built-in defense reaction nerf. What does that mean? Well, I mean, we'll get to it, but there are other heroes that like defense reactions in Flesh and Blood as a whole, but also within the set. And it is going to be a probably low fresh sideboard option for any kind of assassin deck.
Yeah, I think that's where these next few cards, because they're all basically the new daggers that are kind of all just plays on Spider's Bite. They've now made a specific dagger for each type of card. It's the same effect that just cares about different types of cards that get defended, or that are defending rather. So I think these are all going to be just solid sideboard options. It's going to be one of those things that really rewards meta knowledge, I think. Something where if you know sort of what your field looks like and you prepare by bringing the correct daggers for each matchup, I think it will be something that can turn the table. And so yeah, I would agree with low fresh sideboard, because yeah, like we've said, it's very dependent on the matchup, but if you have the correct ones in the matchup, it can allow your stuff to get that one extra damage to get pushed through. So yeah, I think these are all going to be pretty solid in their own way.
Yeah. The next one is oh God, I'll let you say that one.
Yeah, so the next one is, I believe it's Orbito classed.
There we go.
I think it's Orbito classed, which is apparently the name of the tool that was used for frontal lobotomies, like ice pick lobotomies. So that's the sort of backstory for that one. But this is, again, very similar to Spider's Bite. One attack, one-handed assassin dagger, costs 2 to attack with go again, has piercing 1, and then when it hits a hero, the next time they defend with one or more non-attack action cards, those cards have -1 while defending. So my instant thought about this is that this is easily what you want to bring in against Warrior and against Wizard. Because that's, they really genuinely only have non-attack actions to defend with. So if you're able to hit with this first and then attack with even a 3-cost attack, a 3-power attack, most of their stuff defends for 3. So this on its own allows you to get over with any on-hits that you would want if they're only defending with 1 card. So then it just makes their future blocks even more awkward. So once again, I think this is another good sideboard option. I would say this is probably, a solid fresh, just because reactions are a little bit more rare to come across. Like, they're more impactful when they come out, but on an average turn, I think you would probably see, especially against Warrior and Wizard, more frequently non-attack action cards that are blocking. So I like this one a little bit better than Nerve Scalpel. But again, it is just based on sideboard and the matchup itself.
For sure. And yeah, I'm right there with you on the fresh rating here. And something worth noting is that you can, and I've already seen it happen on Talishar in the past 2 days. People are just bringing in, like, it's mix and match daggers, right? One Spider Bite, one Orbitoclast, one Scale Peeler, which is the next card, one Nerve Scalpel. It is a decent strategy, because then you get to choose which one you want to attack with based on what you think the opponent is doing. It also gives you a lot of information, which is of what your opponent has in their hand based on what they want to block. So it is there's a lot of great utility in these daggers, and it actually increases so as we read some more cards down the line. But the next one is Scale Peeler, which I just mentioned. It has the dagger text. That's just what we'll call it. The 2 for attack, go again, piercing 1. But this one is, when it hits a hero, the next time they defend with 1 or more equipment this turn, those equipment have -1 while defending. Certainly a potent ability. This is something that I would imagine folks are going to pack one of main board, if there is a main board, and it just really shapes a turn, and especially towards the end of the game when those equipment are becoming more of a liability. So I think this is just like Orbitoclast in being a solid fresh.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, because like, in turns where your opponent wants to set up for something, they will likely be leaning on their equipment, and this really disincentivizes them from doing that. A lot of these effects, kind of in their own way, basically say, like, your opponent can't defend with these. It's not quite as impactful as that, obviously. It's not a full out restriction, but it makes it like, if your opponent has a bunch of things with Battle Worn 1, or if they have any of the, temper things that already have a counter on them, they just can't use those to block. If they have, like, the easiest example to give is just, if they still have any Iron Rod equipment, there's no point in blocking with them if this hits. So that can be the difference between something hitting, or even them dying, and not. So I think that Scale Peeler is also going to be pretty fresh. The thing that I like about this as well, like, basically just what you had said, is you don't really ever have to double up on any of these effects. So I think you're going to be seeing that a lot, where you just have one of each effect of Dagger to sort of pick your spots during a game. Like, I feel like if you're playing Azuri or Arachne, you'll probably want to run Scale Peeler or Orbitoclast, like, pretty much default into Warrior and Wizard matchups. Because depending on what stage of the game you're at, both of those are going to be really good.
Oh yeah. You have the first legendary. Do you want to talk about it?
I do. I actually really like this card for a few reasons, mainly because it's another piece of equipment for Assassin that you can buy back, which is a mechanic that I love. That they explored with the Assassin, so I'm glad that they brought it back again. But this is Redback Shroud. This is the chest equipment, the legendary chest equipment for Assassin, and it has, when this is in your graveyard at the start of your turn, you may destroy 2 silver. If you do, equip it. So again, it's sort of at the beginning of your turn. You can go out to the shops and buy yourself a new jacket, much like before. You could buy a new hat and new shoes. And then this has attack reaction, destroy this. The next attack reaction card you play this turn costs 1 resource less to play. And then it has Battle Worn and 1 defense. So you can block with it once and it doesn't die on its own. It's like the other Assassin equipment that you can rebuy. They all have Battle Worn 1, and then you can bring them back at the beginning of your turn. I think that with the amount of attack reactions that we've seen Assassin have, I think this card is potentially kind of scary. A lot of people are comparing it to a Tunic, but the thing is, you can block with this, then use it, and then buy it back, and then block with it and use it again. Even if you get 3/4 of the way through what I just said, it is kind of better than Tunic. Because it has blocked for 1 and generated you 2 resources. It is limited in what you can spend the resource on. But I think that this is pretty good, especially considering some of the attack reactions that, Assassin is getting access to in this set alone. Most of them do cost 1, which can make your turns a little bit awkward. So having access to a Tunic resource, essentially, for effects that really want it, I think is going to be pretty sneaky impactful. I really like Redback Shroud. I think it's really good. So I'm going to say, for Assassin, it is still kind of a toss-up, even with all of that being said, whether or not it is really better than Tunic, because, like I said, it is a limited scope that you can use the resource on. But I still do think that this is like high fresh for Assassin. I really, really, really like this card.
Yeah, I think I am a little bit high. I think I get up into the fresh to death range with Redback Shroud. Just like in a vacuum, right? I'm thinking about, free Razor Reflex is obviously good. This is just like what we know. We haven't even talked about what's coming out in this set. Free Razor Reflex. Pummel for 1
I was just about to say that, yeah.
Is pretty crazy. You pitch a blue for a CNC, and it's just like having the Tunic whenever you want. It's not even like it is generating the same kind of resource advantage as Tunic, but you don't have to wait for it, which is kind of cool if you only care about the attack reaction. So that's where I'm at with it. Yeah, we'll see how much play it sees in like Azuri or the solitary confinement Arachne. But when I see this, I'm like, well, this is what OG Arachne Huntsman wants. Right.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, 100%. Especially because, it does have the rebuy text, which from what we've seen for Azuri and Arachne, it's maybe less likely that you'll be focusing as much on contracts. So, this probably does seem more of a spot in OG Arachne. But in those spots, like, I don't know, pummeling surgical extraction is just crazy. Like that's a hell of a drug. So the fact that this makes it a little bit easier and more consistent as well is very nice.
Yeah, and actually, Arachne Huntsman has had the problem of it's just not doing enough, and it's a little too slow. And sure, you can play the fatigue version, but even that is whatever. This kind of pushes it, it gives it that nice little bit of regency into, these attack reactions that are so good. So I'm very excited to play with it. Now, the next card we have is our first Majestic, or I guess non-weapon and Majestic, Infiltrate. This is a 0-cost red, 3 attack, 3 defense, assassin attack action. It has stealth, which we talked about. It doesn't really do anything. It's just text that the heroes will check. And this says, when this hits a hero, banish the top card of their deck. You may play it until the end of your turn. So for context here, in Azuri, if you replace it, it's not going to do that anymore. This looks like something that that solitary confinement Arachne really wants, right? 3 go again, could get something off of it. You can play some attack reactions, whatever. Just solid card. I think it's probably just fresh. This is like a stealth card that makes the decision making harder when you present it, because if it's just a nothing stealth, you can be like, well, I should just block 6, or now you're just like, well, if I just block 3, maybe they don't really have anything because they're presenting something that is potent. So yeah, I'm at like a solid fresh on this.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And that's a really good point that, this is one of the stealth cards that we've seen that has a strong enough effect on its own that you can, like I said earlier, you can kind of play into those mind games that you can potentially force your opponent into having to consider. Because with a card like this, like stealing a card from your opponent, just basically drawing a card, and it's even actually you may play it until the end of your next turn, so you don't even have to play it immediately. You can, if it's a defense reaction, you can play it during their attack on you. If it's something else, then you can attack them with it once you've drawn back up. Like just a really strong draw effect, honestly. So yeah, I think this is going to be pretty solid fresh. I think we can expect to see this in any deck that cares about stealth. Because something else that we'll see kind of moving forward, and kind of like I had mentioned a little bit previously, in terms of the stealth stat line, this is the stealth stat line. It's a 0 cost, 3 attack, 3 defense that scales with pitch value. So this is at its core just a stealth card that has a good on hit, which is, it just pushes it into a really interesting space, which I like quite a bit.
Do you want to tell us what Shakedown does?
I absolutely do. Yeah, that leads us into Azuri's Specialization. This is another majestic assassin attack action. It only comes in red. It costs 2, attacks for 6, and blocks for 3. And it reads, if you've played or activated an attack reaction this chain link, Shakedown, which is the name of the card. I don't remember if I mentioned that. Shakedown. Shakedown has, when this hits a hero, choose red, yellow, or blue. They reveal their hand, banish a card of the chosen color. So very interesting in that this is the same sort of hand interruption effect that we've seen in a card that I mentioned previously, Surgical Extraction, that allows you to selectively grab a card out of your opponent's hand, and especially in Flesh and Blood, and I've thought this for a long time, like even compared to the baselines for certain Magic the Gathering cards, targeted hand discard is a very scary space for Flesh and Blood to get into. So I've already seen people say, you have to guess. You have like a however many % chance of whiffing on it. I think that is healthy. I think that's something that the card needs, because if it's just you get to banish a card of your choosing from their hand, if this hits, which like we were mentioning with Azuri, it's pretty likely that some of these are going to hit if you want them to. Having that active at any point is terrifying. So I think this is super great. This is another thing that really rewards meta knowledge, because if you're playing against, like a Phi deck, you could pretty easily name red and hit some of their action cards. If you're playing against a ninja, you could name blue and hit their card they were going to use for resources on their turn. It's very flexible, very strong. And it's just the Command and Conquer stat line of a 2 cost attack for 6 with 3 block. Card's good. I think this is solidly fresh to death. I think this is the first one that I've come across so far that I have no qualms, no illusions about saying this is a fresh to death card.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Now it's interesting, right? The obvious thing here is you play the stealth, replace it with Azuri. That makes it active, right? Makes it active because that's an attack reaction that you've activated. You can also just play this and then pummel it. That is just something you can do. and that is brutal. And this card's very scary. And I'm not looking forward to playing against it. But yeah, fresh to death, 100%. Next, we have our first attack reaction, assassin attack reaction. This is Spreading Plague. It is a yellow majestic, costs 1, blocks for 3, which we like to see. And it says create X Blood Rot Pox tokens under the defending hero's control, where X is the number of defending cards this chain link. Now, a Blood Rot Pox token is a token that goes under control under your opponent, and at the end of their turn, I'm just going to double check the text here, but at the end of their turn, you destroy it. Then it deals 2 damage to you unless you pay 3. So that is the text for your opponent because they own the token. So these tokens are pretty scary, right? So this is certainly one of the scarier attack reactions in the set. I wouldn't say fresh to death necessarily. I think it's fresh because, well, they could just not block, and then you're just like, oh, no, there's that. But that being said, you present something like Shakedown or anything else, or a Command and Conquer, it becomes really scary.
Yeah. This is a card that when it was spoiled, I actually had multiple people tag me on Twitter because one of the things that I was saying in the Living Legends podcast was before we had seen everything, my joke for the codexes, because we had only seen Codex of Frailty at this point in time. And we were speculating about what Blood Rot Pox could be. And we all sort of thought that Blood Rot Pox is just the strongest token that they're introducing. It's like just kind of crazy. And I was like, oh yeah, like this is making me live the dream of being able to play my Codex of Blood Rot and putting 20 Blood Rot Pox tokens underneath my opponent's control. And so as soon as this card was released, it hooked me immediately. I'm just going to keep moving on with the theme of mind games and assassin mind games specifically, because exactly like you said, if you present an attack and your opponent decides, oh crap, well, I don't want them to hit me with the CNC or the Shakedown or whatever. So I'm like, before I don't have an ability to block from hand anymore, I'm going to block 9 with 3 cards from my hand. And then instead of you having, you do her attack reaction, instead of doing that, you just go, okay, Spreading Plague, you have 3 Blood Rot Poxes. They will deal 6 damage to you unless you pay 9 resources on your turn. Like, what?
Which is crazy because this almost essentially doesn't guarantee the Blood Rot Poxes like do the damage the next turn, but they did commit cards, so they're gonna have less cards to pay for it. So they have to make a decision, do I have a turn or do I take the damage? It's almost like you're making your opponent Leviah. And it's like, I'm sorry, you have to take a bunch of blood debt now.
Yeah, just because I told you to. But yeah, I love Spreading Plague. This is something that if I'm playing this deck, I'm looking to play off of Redback Shroud. Because that's really the sort of situation where it's like, if you only have 1 card left in your hand and your opponent's like, okay, whatever, I can just do this. And you can either trick them into playing into it, or you have this in your arsenal or whatever. And you just go, okay, I have no resources floating, so it can't be too crazy, right? And you go, okay, break Redback Shroud. You get 3 Blood Rot, 4 Blood Rot Poxes. It just punishes them so bad. And it could definitely close out the game, especially because we have seen some other stuff that we're going to see in just a bit that are additional ways to create more Blood Rot Boxes. So yeah, I'm very high on this card. This is going to be a pet card of mine, so I have to rate it fresh to death. This is a card that I'm going to be playing in any assassin that I want to play, just because I love it. Personally.
I get it, right? I think Blood Rot Pox is the answer. It feels a lot like the answer to ice in a way, if that makes sense. Yeah. I don't know why. It just slow strategies. Like you can't just have your way with us. Here's some Blood Rot Pox. So
yeah, it's like, I'm going to do my one thing and I'm going to hit you, once or twice a turn, giving you a Blood Rot Pox every turn. It just allows you to continuously leak through damage and make it so they can't just sit back and watch you die. So yeah, God, I love Spreading Plague.
It's very good. Very good. Now, what does Backstab do?
Yes, so we are now into the rares for Assassin. This is the first rare Assassin attack action that we've seen, Backstab. Once again, this has the stealth stat line that I was referring to before. It comes in all 3 colors. I'll just be talking about the red here just for ease of reference. Costs 0, attacks for 3, blocks for 3. It has stealth. And then it also reads defense reactions can't be played to Backstab's chain link. So something that's interesting, as far as I'm aware, if you do tuck this away, obviously it's not an active card on the combat chain, so you won't have that effect anymore. But something that I could definitely see people do with a card like this, because you're not always going to get one stealth card plus Shakedown or CNC or whatever. There's a finite number of those payoff cards that are in your deck. But this is the sort of thing where if you then sneak in a Backstab with Azuri's effect, you can attack react to it. And once your opponent has, committed their blocks, if any at all, then you can come in with, again, there are some other attack reactions that we'll see coming up, but this could just be a way to potentially close out the game with a little bit of unexpected damage. If your opponent is expecting, their sink below to save them or whatever, then this could be a way to do it. I do think that there is very specifically like a strongest stealth card. This unfortunately isn't one of them because its best use case is kind of the worst case scenario for these types of decks. So I would say if the deck needs more stealth cards, this is again just a baseline stealth card. But I would be willing to bet that this is like pretty mid-stale. It's the card that we'll talk about that is, I think, again, the strongest stealth card has a much more impactful upfront effect, which I think is going to be important for these leading into the point where you attack react. So yeah, I think this is probably stale. If you need it, if you need more stealth cards, you'll probably play it, but I don't think you'll be excited to play it.
Yeah, I'm with you with the stale. I think you play it just to kind of fill out stealth cards, right? You just like you need more stealth cards in your deck. This we're focusing on constructed in this review, but this is something certainly that is built for the limited environment that we will see eventually. Why that is, I'm right with you. Mid stale, it's right there. You're gonna play it if you need more stealth, and that's pretty much it. Now, the next attack or the next card is Sneak Attack. This is rare. Comes in the rainbow colors. This is a 2 for 3 at the red, 3 attack, 2 defense, and it says if you've played or activated an attack reaction, this chain link, Sneak Attack has +4. Now, like I said with the last card, this has a lot more upside in the limited environment. I think here in the constructed realm, there's just better things. Like, obviously, you want to sneak this in with Azuri. There's just better stuff to do. I will say a 2 for 7 is a great rate. So that is something worth looking at, but there are better options for the deck, and I think it's probably going to be high rotten for constructed. It's a neat card, but I think you're playing. There's so many better options that you won't even have room for it.
Yeah, I think you're right. I love to see, like you said, a 2 for 7 is pretty interesting because that gets +4 text is pretty spicy. But it blocks for 2. It doesn't make sense that it would, but like it doesn't have stealth, so it's really only useful in that one use case where you're able to sneak it in, and in that case, it gets basically 1 attack more than a Shakedown or a CNC or anything like that. So I think that there are absolutely better options. But again, once again, I am a sucker for a +4. I think that this will be incredibly obnoxious to play against in limited, though. Like the fact that you can just come out with this, and then Spike with Blood Rot, which is a card that we're going to be talking about right away, which is why I mentioned it. But any of the many attack reactions that we have in this set just immediately makes it gigantic. So it can be pretty tough. I think especially, I know we just said we're not going to really talk about Limited, but if you're playing Benji in Limited, the yellow and the blue both have base power. They have less than 2, or I guess less than 3. Sneak attack yellow is 2 and blue sneak attack is 1. So that would mean, until you get to the attack react step, you could just be attacking with this unblockable thing. And then all of a sudden it's gigantic.
Except for the fact that Benji can't play them because they're assassin cards.
Oh, right. Yeah. I just get blinded by Benji stuff. When I see something that has low base power, I lose all sense of purpose. So yeah, you're right. Never mind.
Sorry. But it would be really cool. Hey, Shapeshifter is going to be pretty wild.
Yeah.
But you mentioned Spike with Blood Rot. What does that do?
Yes. So we have 3 very similar cards that are coming up here. So we have, first of all, Spike with Blood Rot, which, again, because it has to do with Blood Rot Pox, it is immediately my favorite of the 3. So far, what we've seen, and I think this is just how it is based on collector number, but they only come in red, if I'm not mistaken. So they are, this one is an attack reaction, costs 1, blocks for 3, and is an attack reaction for assassins. And it reads, target attack action card with stealth gains +3, and when this hits a hero, create a Blood Rot Pox token under their control. So very much disregard what I just said, because you couldn't even target this with Blood Rot Pox, or the sneak attack with Blood Rot Pox, because it doesn't have stealth, which is also something that I said earlier in that same sentence. Regardless, we move on. Yeah, I think this card is awesome. It's an attack reaction for, again, the use cases where you don't necessarily have that much of a payoff. Like it kind of becomes your payoff as well if you're able to attack with, especially like the next attack or the attack after that. Everything that we're going to be talking about for the next little while does have stealth and does have impactful effects that I think could very easily close out a game. The +3 is really great. The fact that it costs 1 means you can use the chest piece with it, and creating a Blood Rot Pox, as I've mentioned previously, I think is just crazy. So,
okay. Do you want to talk about the next 2 as well in conjunction, since they're all pretty much the same thing, just different tokens?
Yeah, I might as well. So yeah, the Spike with Blood Rot, just again, is target attack action card with stealth, gets +3, and when this hits a hero, create a Blood Rot Pox token under their control. There's also Spike with Frailty and Spike with Inertia. Frailty has the same text, except it creates a Frailty token on hit, which, since we haven't talked about that one yet, Frailty is another aura that goes under your opponent's control that says your attack action cards played from Arsenal and weapon attacks have -1 attack. And then at the beginning of your end phase, destroy Frailty. So it preys on people that care about playing out of the arsenal, so namely Rangers, as well as weapon attacks. So this is actually really good against Kodachis, really good against the assassin daggers. So all of these are sort of useful in their own situation, but I think that Blood Rot Pox is just generally extremely solid. And then the next one is Spike with Inertia, which, again, gets +3 if the card has stealth. And then when this hits a hero, create an Inertia token. And Inertia reads, at the beginning of your end phase, destroy this, then put all cards from your hand and arsenal on the bottom of your deck. So it's kind of like the Ranger card Seek and Destroy. It just makes it so that your opponent can't really hold cards back if they're intending to really sculpt something moving forward in their later turns. So they're all useful in their own way. The fact that they all give +3 to a card with stealth is great. I think that the most generally useful one is Blood Rot, because it doesn't require a situation for it to be good. It's just damage if you don't pay. But I think they're all going to be useful. I think that Spike with Blood Rot is probably the closest to being a ubiquitously played card. That being said, the fact that it is just card with stealth does mean it's a lot less. It's not as frequent of a use case that you'll be able to use it. I think that Arachne Solitary Confinement would love this card, because you're just going to be attacking with cards with stealth generally. Frailty and Inertia are a little bit more situational. I'd say Spike with Bloodrot is probably a solid fresh in Arachne, maybe like high stale elsewhere. And then I think that Spike with Frailty and Inertia are probably low stale in most constructed, maybe high rotten, just because they are so situational and focused. But I do still like them. I still think that it's an effect that stealth cards need, just to make things, a little bit more awkward for your opponent, because the stealth cards on their own don't really do a ton. It's basically what you can do alongside them that will really matter. So,
yeah, absolutely. And even looking back at Backstab, right? In Solitary Confinement, these are all quite good with that card, right?
Yep.
And the Blood Rot is certainly the best. I would say fresh, followed by Inertia. I think it's just a good effect. It makes the decision for your opponent kind of a little bit one note, right? They can't save any cards. And then Frailty is sideboard, right? Is Kodachis and Daggers. Really all they really care about. Sure, and it has some uses against like Assassin, or not Assassin, Ranger as well. So I'm with you there. I mean, we want to make Blood Rot Pox tokens. I think we are the same person, Bill. and one way to do that is the next card, Infect, which is our first common stealth card, which has the stealth stat line. It comes in all three colors. So the red's 0, 3 attack, 3 block, has stealth. When this hits a hero, create a Blood Rot Pox token under their control. I think this is the kind of card that you want to present in both Arachne, Solitary Confinement, and Azuri, because listen, they're going to care either way if it hits. Mm-hmm. So, and the cool thing is, so like let's say you present Infect, right? And your opponent's like, well, I have a defense reaction. So, maybe I'll just say no blocks. And then you don't activate Azuri, and they're like, okay, well, I'll sink below or whatever. And then you have the ability to Azuri at that point. So, it makes it really tough for your opponent. And that's why I think Infect's a solid fresh here. And I think you play the blues as well, probably, just because you need to play blues in the deck.
No, I think that's exactly where I'm at too. I think that the blues are actually really solid, because, in the early game where you don't really care about the one on hit, like it basically, the blue is still a 0 for 3, kind of like the 2 of it is delayed, but it still ends up being a 0 for 3. And so early on, you can just use it as a pitch card, and then later on, you can either sneak it in with Azuri's effect, or just present it on its own, and still have it be annoying enough that your opponent has to care about it, but not. It still has that usefulness, even though it is only the blue. So I think this is a card that you absolutely play at the very bare minimum the reds and the blues of. Because it's just a card with stealth, and I think you're going to need a certain amount to hit like a break point or a threshold. But also because I think that they're just solid, especially the blues. This is a solid fresh for me. And sort of leading up to this card that I think is the best stealth card, like pretty not close, honestly, even considering that we haven't talked about a bunch of them, is Isolate, which is comes in all 3 colors. It has the stealth stat line, so the red is a 0 for 3, blocks for 3 with stealth, and it has Dominate. So very, very simple card that has pretty insane repercussions with just how Azuri wants to play. It is kind of like when I was talking about Backstab. It's kind of the exact opposite of Backstab, where Backstab punishes your opponent for waiting too long to do something, whereas Isolate forces your opponent to basically not do much during the first part of blocking. Mm-hmm. You attack with an Isolate, and they're like, well, I don't want you to hit with your thing, so I can only block with 1 card from my hand. And then you're like, okay, cool, Command and Conquer or Shakedown or whatever. it sets up your payoff card to almost guarantee to hit unless your opponent wants to put a bunch of equipment in front of it too. So I think Isolate is played in Rainbow. I think that you want every copy of this card that you can possibly play. Yeah, absolutely fresh to death. I think that this is, again, bar none, the strongest stealth card for the deck. Just really good.
I'm right there with you. This is actually kind of in my opinion, the marquee card that I like to look at when they were designing this set, and they were like, well, we want both the assassin heroes to want this card, right? Right? This card's insane in Arachne Solitary Confinement. It's insane in Azuri. And that is a beautiful thing for it's a 0 for 3 dominate. I mean, that's was this Overload or whatever. So, it's just beautiful. And I think I'm with you. It's a fresh to death, very sneaky in terms of the design. You're like, well, how's this fresh to death? And you think about it more and more and how it works with these heroes, and it's right there. So I'm right there with you. Next we have Malign. So this is the next stealth card. We have a couple stealth cards coming here. This has the stealth text. Let's just say it. 3 attack, 3 defense, 0. And this one says damage that would be dealt by Malign can't be prevented. So why do we care about this? Well, there's Crown of Seeds is something that prevents damage. We have Oasis Respite. We have some cards in this set that came out. But I think primarily, and this is something that was somewhat leaked, this past week, Dusk Till Dawn is coming out in July. And with Dusk Till Dawn, we'll be getting a new Light Illusionist hero. And with that Light Illusionist hero, we can only assume there's going to be more ward going on in terms of your spectral shields and stuff like that. So this is a card that counters that. I don't think it's necessarily one that you really are looking forward to play currently. Maybe it's a sideboard option, but for me, it's high rotten until we have a hero that is playing a lot of spectral shields again.
Yeah, that's kind of the tough thing about damage can't be prevented just as a card text. It's very narrow. It's never quite as good as you want it to be, and I think that that's exactly like where Malign is right now. As mentioned, there's an entire set of equipment that we will obviously get into later, but there's an entire set of equipment that does care about specifically preventing damage. So I think that in limited, this is probably fine. But again, I just think that there are better options. I think that Isolate blows this card out of the water in terms of actual playability. Yeah. So yeah, I think I'm there with you. I think this is high rotten. I don't think in Constructed you'd really even care about this card, really. It's a card with stealth, and if you need a card with stealth, then sure.
yeah, absolutely. So hey, it's gonna get there. Probably. I mean, maybe. I don't even know if it's even that good. If the spectral shields are such a problem, but they could be. And if that's the case, I think Malign's all of a sudden great. So
yeah. Because for those who are unaware, if you have an attack where the damage can't be prevented, it breaks every spectral shield your opponent has. So even if you attack in with the blue Malign here and it deals 1 damage to them and then they aren't able to block it or whatever, and they have 20 spectral shields, they all break, which is really cool.
Yeah, that's awesome. Now, what does Prowl do?
I think this one is going to be the backbone of Arachne Solitary Confinement. I think that this is sort of the bread and butter card for their deck. This is an attack action. It has the stealth stat line, and it reads, the next attack with stealth you play this combat chain gets +1 attack. So that is actually pretty important, especially for the red stealth cards, because the difference between 3 and 4 is like actually kind of a galaxy. the 3 can be blocked really efficiently by 1 card from hand. 4, you either can't block it by just using 1 card unless you have like a Sync Blow or something, or you have to introduce an equipment. And something that we've seen, of course, with the new daggers that we've gotten access to, sometimes blocking with equipment just won't be a good choice for you. So this is, I think, just something that, especially if you can, you kind of need to give it go again for its effect to matter. So the fact that Arachne can give this go again just without any bluster, without any hoops to jump through, it just gets go again, and buffs up your next thing, I think is great. I think that's fine. I don't know. In fact, I'm pretty sure that Azuri doesn't want this card as much because it cares about the next card that you play. With stealth, you're usually not going to chain stealth card into stealth card in Azuri. So I think in solitary confinement, this is like probably, a high fresh at the bare minimum. I think that this is the card that kind of makes that deck tick. In Azuri, I don't think this gets played. I would wager to say, again, kind of high rotten, maybe even just straight up rotten. Because at least for Malign, it's something that the effect is right there out in front. This is basically blank unless you're able to chain into a second thing. So it does have stealth. If you need more stealth, it's there, but I just think that there are going to be better options for specifically Azuri.
Yeah, for sure. Now this is like kind of the opposite of Isolate in terms of like the design, right? Isolate was like, hey, this is great in either deck. Prowl is just good in Arachne Solitary Confinement, and it's going to be a fresh to death in that card. It's going to be the card you want a ton of. So, I think that's it's going to live there, and it's going to be happy there.
Certainly not like a bad thing.
No, definitely not. Because you need some cards to be for these heroes specifically. Next we have is Sedate. This has the stealth stat line. 0 for 3 attack, 3 block, all that fun stuff. And this one's the inertia one, right? When this hits a hero, create an inertia token under their control. We had already kind of ranked the tokens here. And I'll even skip ahead to the next one, which is Wither, and that's going to do the Frailty token as well. I think we still agree, Bloodrot Pox, Inertia, Frailty. Frailty can obviously be pretty up there with Bloodrot Pox in some matchups, but in terms of, I think Sedate is probably good enough to play in the main deck of these decks, because like Inertia is a really potent effect, because Seek and Destroy is obviously a great card as well. So I would say Sedate is a fresh, and Wither is like a sideboard stale.
Yeah, I'm right there. These two I'm much more excited about in terms of having to play them in the main board over, obviously Prowl, even Malign, really. Having the tokens on hit, they can matter a little bit more. But I think that Sedate is probably good enough to see main board play, not as like obviously a full inclusion, but I could see these being like some of your main resource cards. I could see the blues being played quite a bit. And then Wither, probably sideboard stale. Again, if you really need more stealth cards, I think that these two are sort of the best options outside of the auto include good ones. But I think between the 3 that create the tokens, Isolate, and the Infiltrate, I think that's a pretty good amount of stealth cards, so you probably don't need to dip much further into anything else. I'm right there with you. I think that Sedate is more likely to see frequent play. Wither maybe doesn't make the cut as much.
Yeah, actually, it's funny now that I'm thinking about it, right? To put on the thinking cap a little bit. Frailty, maybe we're not giving Frailty enough credit, because I'm thinking it's like, well, Titan's Fist doesn't have a breakpoint anymore. Romping Club doesn't have a breakpoint anymore. There are use cases for most heroes. Makes Dawnblade a little bit worse. There maybe Frailty is the biz, like probably a little bit closer to where Inertia is. Certainly not Bloodrot Pox level, but maybe we should give it a little more credit. I mean, just thinking about all the different weapons that are seeing play these days.
Yeah, that's something that I think a theme that's going to pop up a lot in our discussions here. Like there are so many different areas of Flesh and Blood that these cards are touching and like affecting. So there's absolutely going to be stuff that we're, overlooking or in my case, just completely disregarding, saying that you could run Sneak Attack in Benji. But yeah, no, that's like a really good point. Cause yeah, like Titan's Fist, even, playing this against an Oldhim, getting a Frailty there and having the Icy Hammer only come in for 3. That's, like I said, the difference between 3 and 4 is an actual, like, it's a trench.
Oh, yeah. Something
only coming in for 3 is so much more of a relief than something coming in for 4. So, yeah, I actually do think you're right there. It is obviously still slightly more matchup dependent, but maybe not quite as much as we've been saying so far. There are a lot of heroes that care about attacking with weapons.
yeah. I mean, certainly. So yeah, we'll see. I think it's a very annoying card or token to have, because you're like, well, my turn is not as potent as I wanted it to be. Especially, I'm thinking Robbing Club the most, because I mean that's just it's a very bad card coming in for 3. So it's a Mandible Claw without Go Again, or a Bloodrust Bellow that was played. So, which I've had to attack with, and it never feels good. What does Razor's Edge do?
So Razor's Edge is, pretty, I would say, unexciting for the most part. It was the first card, if I remember correctly, that we saw spoiled for Outsiders. This is the Assassin Attack reaction, costs 0, blocks for 3, and comes in all 3 colors. And it just says target attack action card with stealth gains +3 for the red, 2 for the yellow, 1 for the blue. So I think that this is a card that you'll probably see the most amount of play in Arachne, specifically Arachne Solitary Confinement, because they're the deck that cares about actually putting more emphasis on the stealth cards themselves instead of using them as a jumping off point for other shenanigans like Azuri does. So I do think that it's probably like an important thing for the deck, for Arachne specifically, to have these sort of ways to deal additional damage, but certainly not super exciting. A little bit more exciting when you consider that you can Razor's Edge and Infect and ensure that they get a Bloodrot Pox in addition to the extra 3 damage. You can Razor's Edge Prowl, because that's a card that you're just going to see a bunch of. And yeah, I think that it's fine. It's not particularly exciting, but I think it probably will get played in some amount within Arachne. So I'd say probably like a high stale for that, and probably rotten elsewhere. Once again, just because a lot of the stealth cards specifically for Azuri don't really matter. The effects that they have that impact the chain link as a whole matter more than the damage that they're doing or their on hits, really.
Yeah, absolutely. And I might be a little bit higher for Solitary Confinement here with Razor's Edge. It's a great rate, 0 for 3 that blocks 3, is pretty solid. But it's certainly not exciting at all. I'm probably like low fresh, bordering on the high stale, but I think it will certainly see play. We're just not, it's not doing anything cool. So, except killing people, I guess. Probably that's pretty good.
Yeah, yeah, it definitely will kill people. Like I don't doubt that. So.
Yeah. You said, I mean, like if you're like, oh, they have no resources, all of a sudden like 3 Razor's Edge, you're just like, okay, all right, good game. Cool. So there's that potential there. Now, that's going to do it for the assassin only cards. Now there are hybrid cards, which we'll get to, and that's been discussed before. That was released a while ago, but we're going to get to the ninja cards. We have a couple of reprints here. I'm not going to go into depth on them, but we have Katsu being reprinted and Benji being reprinted for the sake of limited and drafting, and also including new ninja cards into the card pool here. We also have Harmonized Kadachi, which we all know and love, for a bit of a refresher on Katsu. If the first time a attack action card you control hits each turn, you may discard a thing with 0 to go fetch something from your deck. And then Benji has your attack action card with 2 or less can't be defended by cards from hand. And the first time an attack card you control hits each turn, the next attack gains +1. So, these are ninjas that we've been pretty familiar with, but now they have new toys. So the first new toy that we have here is it's a common ninja equipment headpiece. It's called Mask of Many Faces. Has 1 defense and has blade break, so get destroyed when you block with it. Has an instant, pay 1 resource and destroy it. Name a card. The next attack action card you play this turn gains that name. Now, this is a relevant ability for combo, right? Combo cares about the name of cards. And you can turn whatever you're playing into whatever combo piece you need, and for a single turn, which is decent. But for the purposes of constructed, I think this is pretty stale, border rotten. It's a great budget option, but this is just not going to do it for constructed Katsu or Benji, right? They want to play different things, and that's basically where it is, because you got Mask of Momentum, Mask of Pouncing Links. Well, you can't do that with Benji anymore, but that's neither here nor there. But it's a cool card. I'm glad they printed it, and it's going to be great and limited.
Yeah, I definitely think that it's a really welcome piece in limited specifically, just to allow combos to be a little bit more playable. The thing that I appreciate the most about this card isn't necessarily how much it's going to be played, but how much or how many judge questions pop up because this card exists now. My favorite one was, can you name a card Crazy Brew and then destroy that card on the chain link to play a Life of the Party? And the answer is yes.
Yeah, which is pretty crazy.
Yeah, so just like stupid stuff like that. And yeah, I think this is super great and limited. The really awkward thing about printing specifically ninja headpieces is that they are in the contention slot with Mask of Momentum. Mask of Momentum I've talked about it at length so many times. I think it's maybe one of the best designed cards in the game. It is also just an incredibly potent piece of equipment that ninjas have access to. So it's printing something that really vies for space with that card. And then, we have Mask of the Pouncing Lynx, which is kind of the alternative depending on what your playstyle is. Trying to elbow in on that space is pretty difficult at this point. So yeah, I think this is pretty much exactly limited fodder. But also I just appreciate the fact that it's weird.
yeah, certainly. And you know what? There's going to be some kind of blitz deck that uses it because, it gives a short-term effect in a very short kind of game. So I wouldn't be surprised to see it pop up there, which is why probably I should have it. It's at like low stale rather than rotten. But what does a Cyclone Roundhouse do, which is such an awesome name?
God, Ninja got so many cool cards. I'm so glad we're going to go over these right now. Okay, so Cyclone Roundhouse is a new combo finisher. So just I'm sure everybody who's played Flesh and Blood in general knows that the way that combos work is they usually have a starter and then like a middle card for the most part, and then a finisher. So you kind of build your way up, more powerful effects, and they're all predicated on you having played something previously. So Cyclone Roundhouse is a finisher. It ends off your combo, and it's a ninja attack, one of the Majestics. It comes in yellow, costs 2, attacks for 5, and blocks for 3. And it reads combo. If Spinning Wheel Kick was the last attack this combat chain, which we'll talk about Spinning Wheel Kick in a second, it reads, this has, at the beginning of the reaction step, banish a random defending card from each chain link. So, super weird effect. One of the main questions that people had was, if you banish defending cards from previous chain links, does that mean that damage gets recalculated? The answer is no. As soon as a chain link is closed or just done, it is what it is. Like, it is an entry in the ledger of time at that point. It really doesn't. Yeah, the damage doesn't change, but if you defend, like if your opponent, say, defends with a piece of equipment, like somebody, a guardian defends with tectonic plating or something, and you follow up later on with Cyclone Roundhouse, you have the ability to potentially banish it from that chain link, which is crazy. I think that's awesome. And then, of course, more relevantly, it also will banish a random defending card from the current chain link, meaning if your opponent blocks with something, this kind of acts as a route, if you're familiar with that card from Warrior. Except for this, route bounces the card back to your opponent's hand. This banishes it entirely. So, like, short term, it's the same type of effect. You're getting more value out of it. But, yeah, I think this card is just kind of crazy, especially considering Spinning Wheel Kick. We should probably just... I'm just going to reference Spinning Wheel Kick now. No.
Yeah, we can skip to it.
Okay, yeah. So Spinning Wheel Kick is, it is relevant because a lot of these combo finishers do depend on how easy it is to get to them. Spinning Wheel Kick is an attack action for Ninja. It's a rare. Costs 1, attacks for 4, and blocks for 2. It also comes in all 3 colors. And it reads combo: if Twin Twisters or Spinning Wheel Kick, so it combos off of itself, was the last attack this combat chain, this has +1, and when this hits, put it on the bottom of its owner's deck. So off of a blue, you can go Spinning Wheel Kick into Cyclone Roundhouse, and that becomes pretty easy. It's a 2-card combo, and potentially comes in for a decent amount of damage. I really like what Cyclone Roundhouse represents. I think it's just a really easy sort of power card for Katsu to come in with, especially because it's just something you can tutor off of. If you hit with the Spinning Wheel Kick, you just immediately go and get this. I am definitely going to be playing a deck that runs this, as well as Spinning Wheel Kick, because it's just a great starter as well. So I'm willing to say that this is easy high fresh for me. At the very bare minimum, it's really cool. The art is phenomenal. It's a dude just basically kicking a guy's head right off his shoulders.
It's pretty. I mean, both of them are pretty crazy. Cyclone. So if you look at the art for Cyclone Roundhouse and then Spinning Wheel Kick, the one's hitting the head, the other one's hitting the mid section of the guy, which is just like brutal.
Oh yeah. This guy's not making it to Rush Hour 3.
No, yeah. That's a great reference. Oh my god. And then we should probably mention Twin Twisters, which is a reprint from, I believe, Everfest. This is 1 for 3, and you can choose one. Has go again. 1 for 3, blocks 2. This is the red. And when this hits, you can choose one. One is when this hits, your next attack, this combat chain gains +1, or you can give Twin Twisters +1. So that's the combo line here. And I think probably for the rest of them, we'll kind of look at different combo lines in backwards order just to make it make sense. But I totally agree. I think it's a really efficient combo line, right? That you could just play and be happy with. Now, it's kind of interesting. So I don't want to bring up Dusk Till Dawn again, but I'm going to have to. That means it's the return of a Shadow Runeblade as well, not just a Light Illusionist. So you have to board out Cyclone Roundhouse against Shadow Runeblade because, well, you don't want to banish any good attacks that they can start playing from their banished zone. So something worth noting, board it out when you play the next version of Chain or whatever it is.
No, it is a good point because if they're able to block with a if they still have Bounding Demagon or something, those Blood Debt cards that care about being played from banish, this gives your opponent like maybe too much value off of that, because especially if it's from a previous chain link, they've already gotten the block value off of it, and then they can play it on their turn without losing life to Blood Debt. So very relevant point to bring up for sure.
I can't wait to play against a Ninja as Levia, and just like when I start seeing that combo line happen, just blocking with my recursion pieces and just seeing, I mean, obviously it's Levia, so it's just like, obviously it's not going to work out for me, but but it'll be fun if it works once. But next we have Dishonor. So Dishonor really kind of made some waves when we saw it spoiled. So this is a blue majestic ninja attack action. It costs 0, which is always really important in Katsu for the Kodachis. It attacks for 2 and defends for 3. Has combo. If Bonds of Ancestry was the last attack this combat chain, this has +2. When this hits a hero, if you control Surging Strike, Descendant Gustwave, and Bonds of Ancestry, that hero loses all abilities for the rest of the game. This is a crazy combo line that has some huge payoff and makes it really hard to block throughout it because you're either taking a ton of damage or losing your hero ability. So obviously there's some heroes that don't care. Dash is like ha ha ha. Levi is like I will scoop up now. So this combo line is pretty crazy. No matter which way you kind of slice it here. I think it's before I get to the other combo pieces, I want to say that Dishonor is probably a fresh to death. It's just worth playing because even if you don't have all the other stuff, it's still coming in for 4 for 0 at the end of a combat chain, which is not the worst. All right, and it blocks for 3, and it's a blue 0. Right, we're seeing Mind State of Tiger from Dynasty C play. So I'm if that's happening, I look at any blue ninja card that costs 0. I'm like, it's good.
Yeah. Like you've said, God, I remember when we talked about Mind State of Tiger, I still don't understand that card. Like, why does it exist? But yeah, Dishonor, the fact that it's blue 0 blocks for 3, bare minimum, that means that it's playable.
Yeah.
In Ninja, the fact that this has combo, so you can tutor it off of Katsu if you need it for either it's honestly game changing on hit effect or just, as you said, like an extra 4 to attack with at the end. Like people have been playing Winds of Eternity for very much the same reason. We'll see later that with Bonds of Ancestry, it is pretty easy to get that done. And yeah, I think that this is an easy fresh to death. This will live alongside Lord of Wind as just a really great card to pitch that you can tutor up when you're ready in a pinch. Yeah, I think that this hits every single checkbox that ninjas look for just a solid card.
It really does. Now, let's move back on the combo a bit. We'll look at Bonds of Ancestry, which is also a really cool card. So this is a 2 for 4, right? It's not a great right? But it blocks 3. This is at the red because it comes in rare. It comes in the rainbow colors here. If a card with Gust Wave, all it says is Gust Wave, right? In its name was the last attack this combat chain. This costs 2 less, so it becomes free and has Go Again. And when it attacks, you may banish a card with combo from your graveyard. If you do, search your deck for a card with the same name, banish it, then shuffle. You may play it this combat chain. So, all right. So you can attack in the beginning with your Surging Strike or whatever, which we know what Surging Strike is. It's a reprint. It's 2 for 5. This is what you start these combo lines with. If it hits, you can discard your Dishonor to go get Bonds of Ancestry. And then you can go, or whatever, you can get a Gust Wave, play your Gust Wave, then your Bonds, and then you can banish your Dishonor that you discarded at the beginning, go get the other one to finish out this combo. It's a very efficient combo line, and it's very scary. Bonds is also just like a great card on its own. I think it's bordering fresh to death. I think folks are going to really like playing this card. And just for to put a cap on this combo, Descendant Gust Wave, which obviously Bonds can have Descendant Gust Wave or Whelming Gust Wave from WTR. Descendant Gust Wave in this set is 1 for 3 at the red, 1 for 3 blocks 2, has combo. If Surging Strike was the last attack this combat chain, it costs 1 less and has +2. Okay, 0 for 5 Go Again. I mean, just insane combo here. I think the combo line itself is fresh to death. I mean, it's so efficient because everything's making itself cheaper except for the Surging Strike.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and honestly, the really nice thing too with Descendant Gust Wave is that it just has built-in Go Again. So obviously, it becomes its best version of itself if you do play Surging Strike first, but you also don't have to. Mm-hmm. It is worse if you don't. But you can just go Descendant Gust Wave into Bonds of Ancestry, get back, even if it isn't Dishonor or whatever, Like the fact that bonds can just tutor up, it's basically just draw a card with combo, as long as it's already in your graveyard. So obviously, like on turn one, not fantastic, but with that being said, it can still just be an additional 4 damage for free if you have a Gust Wave as your sort of interim piece, which is definitely useful in Ninja. You don't always need the maximum value out of your cards. Like even if this doesn't draw you a card, it is just an efficient attack. So yeah, the only downside is that it doesn't cost 0 inherently, but it's still really good. I think that Bonds of Ancestry is really good. I think that Descendant Gustwave, the fact that it has inherent Go Again is kind of crazy. So yeah, I think this whole combo line is fresh to death. I think all of these cards are just genuinely solid. None of them feel like an outlier. They'll just feel good.
Not at all. And, and then there's other ninja stuff that you got to keep in mind on top of that, right? You have a Mask of Momentum out, and you can't just take the first 3 attacks and wait for the dishonor, because then they're going to draw a card, and then they're going to extend their turn anyway. So pretty nuts, pretty crazy, pretty scary.
Yeah.
Can you tell us what Head Leads the Tail does, though?
Oh, can I? Okay, so speaking of scary ninja cards, honestly, Head Leads the Tail is a pretty good one. I think people were referring to this card as the party bus, for a reason that I think will become obvious once I explain the card. So this is a ninja attack action. It's another one of the Majestics. It only comes in red, costs 1, attacks for 3, and blocks for 2. And it reads, when this attacks, name another card. Attack action cards with that name have +1 attack this combat chain, and then go again. So at its floor, a lot of people were saying that this is a fantastic card in Ira because you lead off with this card, you name the card that you're going to follow up with, and then it gets +1 from this effect and +1 from Ira. So if you put those 2 buffs alongside its base attack, this becomes essentially a 1 for 5 with Go Again, which on its own is pretty dang good. For me, the optimal use case for this is to name Crouching Tiger. It is now the 3rd wide buff that Crouching Tiger decks get access to. So it's now this, Roar of the Tiger, and Art of War, and just having another piece of consistency for that is extremely important. I think it's fantastic. Again, at the very bare minimum, you can even go, people were saying, like with a single blue, you can go Head Leads the Tail, name Command and Conquer, and then Command and Conquer for 7.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Just really solid. So yeah, I think this is fresh death in most ninjas that care about attacking. So
yeah.
Just to say most of them.
It's really cool, right? This is a fresh to death, no doubt. And I mean, that's like one of the things I love is the Command and Conquer thing you mentioned, or basically any like really valuable on hit. I wonder how much of this card you will see in like combo focused Katsu decks. But that being said, it has so many use cases in a bunch of other ninja kind of things going on, right? I mean, you can name Phoenix Flame, right? Yeah, which is like a whole nother thing. And like we see all these really cool ninja cards. Phi's still a thing. I don't know how much of this stuff will go into Phi, but it's still something that's an option when it comes to deck building, which is so cool and I love. And it really gives me purpose, and it also makes me want to wander with purpose, which is the next card on our list here, which is our Benji specialization. This is a yellow, costs 0, blocks for 3, and attacks for 2. It's a ninja attack action. It's a majestic. When this hits, you may discard a card with 0. If you do, search your deck for a card with combo, banish it, then shuffle. You may play it this turn, and it has Go Again. This is just Katsu's ability put into Benji, and I think that's pretty cool, right? I think it's certainly good. I mean, there's no reason to think otherwise, I think, and it'll probably perform at Fresh to Death in Benji, to my knowledge.
Yeah, the first thought that I have about this is Katsu's ability is really good. So a lot of people that, the first reaction that I saw to this was just, Katsu, like this is just a one-time use of Katsu's ability for Benji. I don't think that that's a bad thing because, especially with some of the other things that we've referred to, such as head leads the tail, this card can tutor for Tiger Swipe, which is actually quite relevant in Benji, because that's kind of the way that I want to play it. And this just basically adds 2 additional copies of Tiger Swipe, as long as your opponent is, willing to commit very valuable equipment blocks to this card, because obviously it does need to hit, but it also doesn't, like, you can try to leverage your game plan around this, but you don't necessarily have to put all your eggs in this basket. It is just also a 0 cost attack for 2 with Go Again, which Benji loves. At this point, I am willing to put this and Spring Tidings into a Crouching Tiger deck and attempt to live the dream by drawing freaking 40 cards and just decking myself and losing. But yeah, I think that Wander with Purpose is a great Benji spec. I think it's kind of sleeper good. And yeah, I think that within Benji decks, I think this is just an auto include. I don't think there's a reason that you wouldn't play this card. Especially because it just blocks for 3 and has base power too. So, yeah, fresh to death for Benji for sure.
Absolutely.
Big fan.
What was your take on the Silverwind Shuriken?
Oh yeah, okay, it's my turn. So Silverwind Shuriken is pretty interesting. It's the first talented item, or not talented, but class item that we've seen. Maybe I don't recall. But it's the first one that sort of sticks out in my mind at the very least. Silverwind Shuriken is a ninja action shuriken item. So it is at the very bare minimum, the first card that has the shuriken type. It comes in blue. It's a majestic, so it only comes in blue, and it costs 0. And it just reads attack reaction, destroy this, target attack action card with combo, gains +1 attack. So it's the text of Breaking Scales, but on an item that is also a 0 cost blue card. I think as a 0 cost blue card, it is like maybe playable on that, but this very much fits in the same sort of realm as Mind State of Tiger, where I just don't get it. You have to like end off on this card, assuming you haven't pitched it for resources, and then it just gives you another instance of Breaking Scales. I know Breaking Scales is quite good, but I mean, it is also the fact that it's just a free thing that also blocks for 1, because this is an item, it doesn't block at all. I'm hesitant to want to try to play this card. So yeah, I don't know. I would probably, my first reaction is pretty low. Probably high rotten if I'm being generous. Again, just because it's a blue 0. But like Mind State of Tiger blocks at least.
Yes.
So
Bill, what is this world where we're defending Mind State of Tiger? We were so low in this.
Oh, this is a weird place to be.
But yeah, I'm right with you here on the Shuriken. And also just so you know, it's not the only class item. Certainly all the mechanologist items.
Oh, mechanologist.
And we also have Light Warrior.
Yes, with Spirit of Irina. Yep.
Yeah,
okay.
But not that it matters here. This is like the first one that's like kind of like, this is weird.
Yeah. The other ones at least kind of feel like they make sense. This one makes less sense. This should have been a weapon, honestly.
Yeah, right? Sure.
Like an offhand, you know?
Yeah. So it's pretty interesting though. So yeah, I'm pretty low on this card as well. I'm probably right there with you. The fact that it doesn't block, it does not seem like it's something that Ninja decks want to be doing right now. Maybe no. That means it cares about combo. I was about to say maybe Phi, because Phi doesn't want to block as much, and then I was like, Phi's not playing combo cards. So there you go. High rotten, maybe low stale. Next we have Visit the Floating Dojo. What's this? Another no block blue? This is a 0 cost ninja instant. It is Katsu's specialization. It says put a surging strike and a card with combo from your graveyard on top or bottom of your deck. So I'm not as well versed in Ninja as some other folks out there, but I could see playing one of these, maybe. It does turn on the Kodachis. I know we just like totally dunked on the Shuriken for not being able to block, but this effect seems a lot better, setting up for a way better turn than just giving +1 to something with combo. Getting your Surging Strike and a Gust Wave or whatever sounds pretty good, and putting on top, and you're all set. The downsides to that are you're giving your opponent a lot of information. I mean, you can put it on the bottom too. It's like, hey, we'll save it for later if you want to, kind of go fetch up the stuff with Katsu's ability. That's where I'm at with it. I would probably say like high stale.
I could definitely see that. The fact that it's specifically Surging Strike just does make it a little bit more narrow. But the thing that I do really like about this, and something that I saw actually on I think it was a comment on a TCG Talk gameplay video where he was trying out Outsiders Katsu. Somebody mentioned that you can respond to your Mask of Momentum trigger and put a card with combo on top of your deck from your graveyard with Visit the Floating Dojo, which I think is very spicy.
That is very cool.
And yeah, like it is definitely slower because if you do play this, you kind of have to wait until you draw up the next time before you're able to use it. If you wanted to do it, the just base use case way of putting a Surging Strike and a Descendant Gust Wave or what have you on top. It is like a little bit slow for an instant, which is kind of funny. But I like this card. It also just kind of acts very randomly as sort of like a pseudo remembrance to sort of recycle some stuff. Obviously, it's not quite as ubiquitous as remembrance because it is, as I said, pretty narrow. But when you're tutoring up stuff from your deck, sometimes you'll just run out of active targets for certain things. So it could slot out there. I still think I'm pretty close to where you were at with this. I think I'm maybe high stale. I do like it. I like it more as, a pitch option than Silverwind Shuriken, because at least this does something and doesn't just eat up an action point for almost no reason. So I like it a lot in concept. I just don't know exactly how useful it will be outside of pitching.
Yeah. Maybe it kind of comes in like fatigue matchups, like much like a remembrance would. It's a more effective remembrance in Katsu for sure. So I could see it living in some sideboards, which is why I think it earns the like kind of high stale rating. What does Recoil do?
So Recoil is actually quite interesting because it's a new head jab combo line 2. Or I guess a follow-up to head jab. So Recoil comes in all 3 colors. It's a ninja attack action. It's rare. It has the stealth stat line, randomly enough. It doesn't have stealth, but it costs 0, attacks for 3, and blocks for 3. And it reads, combo, if head jab was the last attack this combat chain, this has, when this hits a hero, they put a card from their hand on top of their deck, which is certainly a type of interaction that I did not expect ninjas to get access to. Obviously, we have seen this type of effect before, but realistically only in ice. Mm-hmm. Like we have Oldhim's defense reaction. There's one of the Ice Vein cards, or one of the the wizard things that when it deals damage, they put a card on top of their deck. Can't recall which one that is though, but this is generally a very controlling, disruptive effect that I think is really interesting for ninjas to have access to. Mainly because if this is, if you're able to give this go again with something, and this is like your chain link 2, like you go head jab into this, they kind of have to overblock it unless they want to get really disrupted, and then you can follow it up with another thing that maybe threatens a mask trigger or whatever. Obviously, it doesn't inherently have go again, but I've had a little bit of a chance to play CC Katsu. It is not as unlikely as you might think to just give things extra go again. Specifically, even bigger than that is like kind of a crazy card in Katsu. So giving you a quicken token, whatever, even just ending your turn with this and limiting the options your opponent has by either them having to overblock or them putting a card back on top of their deck, is kind of crazy just to keep the pressure on. I think this is pretty good. It's, again, kind of awkward that it doesn't itself have go again, but I think the effect is strong enough, and again, just really weird that Ninja gets access to this. So I think I could definitely see this being played. It may be slightly too awkward to be played as like, a central combo line, but I could see this as like a 2-of, just to have access to it in the events that, a head jab hits and you want to be able to get your opponent with something else. So I'd say probably high stale, maybe bordering on low fresh, just because that effect is really actually very good.
Yeah, it is a must block. It's a little awkward that it's just head jab into this, right? We don't have another line, and obviously it doesn't have go again. This is the end of that combo line. It's a nice little 2-card combo, but it's hard for me to think it's going to see a lot of play in constructed, unless there's like it might just be good in like some more control-y versions of Katsu or other ninjas. So I'm probably like right around mid stale. Maybe I might even go a little bit lower, but I would be, the effect is certainly potent. I just don't know if there's room for the 2-card combo, like silver bullet stuff in Katsu.
Yeah. Which is, even with that being said, I think that's probably fine that this isn't a super exciting card, because if this was an easy effect for Katsu to have access to, oh man, that would be miserable.
too good, probably. And for for those who don't know, head jab is a reprint. And it is a 0. It's got, actually doesn't have the stealth stat line. It only blocks for 2, but it comes in the rainbow colors, just like recoil does, but it's 0 for 3 go again, with a 2 block. Which
a combo starter.
Yeah, nice little combo starter in the OG Welcome to Wraith combos, but also has some utility here because I think there's a couple different head jab combo pieces here, but we'll get to. So that was recoil. We already talked about spinning wheel kick. We're going to talk about back heel kick, which is another Twin Twisters combo line. I think this is all limited stuff. It's like, hey, we're going to give you some easy 2-card combos. And I think this is exactly what this is. Back heel kick, it comes in the rainbow colors. It has the stealth stat line of 0 for 3, 3 in red. Has combo of Twin Twisters with the last attack this combat chain. This has, if back heel kick would gain attack, instead it gains that much +1. I don't think this is something that people are going to be really gunning to put in their constructed decks. Twin Twisters just okay. This is just okay. It requires some. Obviously it has that nice little combo with Twin Twisters. Like give this 2 instead of 1 is kind of neat, but it doesn't have go again, and it's the end of the combo line. So I'm at like pretty high rotten here.
I am about the same. Obviously, a 0 for 5 is great in limited, especially because you're gonna want to include whatever cards you have access to, and if you're drafting Ninja, Twin Twisters will likely just be a fine pickup because it's just a baseline combo card that can potentially do some damage. But yeah, the fact that Twin Twisters itself doesn't cost 0 means that playing it in any sort of frequency in most Ninja decks is not a great prospect. Obviously, something that's extremely important for Ninja is just having access to Kodachis. They are such a powerful tool for the deck to have that cards that don't cost 0 need to be really impactful. And while back heel kick does cost 0, it doesn't really do anything unless you're also playing Twin Twisters, which does not cost 0. And like the deck does play Surging Strike, which costs 2, and it kind of falls outside of that, but it's for multiple reasons. The Surging Strike combo line is extremely good. Back heel kick, not as much. So I think it's cute. I think it's good in limited, but or like fine in limited rather. But yeah, I think pretty high rotten.
Yeah.
In terms of actual real playability.
Yeah, I mean, I could see maybe some kind of something that you try to throw a bunch of buffs on it and try to gain crazy value out of it, but even then, I don't think that's what you want to do.
Like super randomly in, I guess, both Benji and Ira. If Twin Twisters is your first attack, you pick the when this hits, your next thing gets +1. And either in Benji it hits, or in Ira it just is your first attack. You can follow up with back heel kick and it will actually gain +4. It'll be a 0 for 7 with their effects. So like still not great in my opinion, because it is dependent on you having the A+B combo. But there is a card that's in this set that has that same sort of, if this would gain power, it instead gains that much +1. So it's not an irrelevant thing to think about. But I do think that this isn't quite the best version of that exists in this set.
Yeah. But can you tell us how to be like water, Bill?
I absolutely can. This was one of the first cards that we saw spoiled for Ninja that gave me so much hope for the rest of this set, and it really did not disappoint. So the card itself is actually like kind of unimpressive on its face, but it's kind of what it does as a whole that makes it more exciting. But Be Like Water is a common ninja attack. It comes in all 3 colors, costs 0, attacks for 3, 2, or 1, depending on the color. And it reads, when this hits, you may pay a resource. If you do, choose Head Jab, Surging Strike, or Twin Twisters. This gains the chosen name. And then it has Go again. So this made me so excited for this set, because my main wish for Outsiders as a whole was for combo lines to be less parasitic and less stifling. Because prior to this, you'd look at, you want to play Lord of Wind. That means that you are now locked into playing Lord of Wind and Mugenshi Release and Whelming Gust Wave and Surging Strike. Like, you just have to play those 4 cards in order for that combo line to work. If you wanted to play Blackout Kick, then you need Leg Tap and Rising Knee Thrust. Like, you pick a finisher, and then you just say, the rest of my deck is filled out already. There's not a ton of thought that goes into it outside of what pitches you need to play. It was just kind of stifling. But for this, it's flexible. It is, this one card can help you combo with 3 different types of combo lines. And that is something that they did, as well with Bonds of Ancestry, where it's just if a card with Gust Wave in its name. At that point, we had only known about Whelming Gust Wave. We didn't know about Descending Gust Wave yet, but it's one of those things where they're kind of future-proofing certain stuff to make it a little bit easier. I do think that this is much more of a limited card, much like the Mask that we talked about, the Mask of Many Faces, where it's something for limited to make sure that they can get their combos off easier. But again, what it sort of represents about the design of Outsiders as a whole is something that I very much appreciated, and they, again, didn't disappoint. So in terms of an actual card, I don't think it's fantastic. I think it's fine in that it technically is a Surging Strike that costs 1 less, because obviously one of the main things about Surging Strike is that it costs 2. The fact that it does inherently cost 0 means that it is good for Kodachi stuff. And it inherently has Go again as well. So all things that are pretty good. I could see the blues honestly being played just as like a flex card. The fact that it blocks for 2 makes it maybe less likely, but as an actual playable card, I think this is like probably, if I'm being really generous, like low stale, if I'm being generous. But again, like the design is fantastic. I really like it.
It certainly is, and I'm right with you. Like low stale, and something worth noting with a lot of these like red threes, the yellows are 2, and that's something in Benji that is worth looking at, right? Some on hits, and that makes me even look at something like this next card, which is Deadly Duo, which is a red. At the red, it's 1 for 3 ninja attack action, blocks for 2. And then the yellow is 2 and 1 for the yellow and blue. When this hits, the next attack action card with 2 or less base attack, you play this combat chain, gains +2, and as go again. This is the Benji kind of limited card. Let's be honest, right? This is something that Benji really wants to play in limited. I don't think it's paying 1 for this is not good enough. I don't think. In Benji constructed, and it's certainly not going to really cut the mustard for like Katsu or anything like that. So in reality, I think it's probably a rotten, but kind of a neat card for limited.
Yeah, I think you're right on the money there. I'm comparing this in my mind to Ride the Tailwind from Everfest, which is extremely similar, except instead of costing 1 like Deadly Duo does, Ride the Tailwind costs 0. It has the exact same stat line otherwise, and then it gives your next thing go again. So I think within Benji, that's even just a more impactful effect on its own, because the fact that this buffs the cards actually kind of makes it worse in at least constructed Benji, because my first thought was, oh wow, this would make hitting with Spring Tidings easier because it kind of buffs it up past that. But if you are buffing it on the front end, then that means your Benji ability no longer works and they can block with stuff from hand. So for putting in damage in limited, I think this is fine, especially the fact that the yellows and the blues are 2 and 1 attack respectively. But yeah, I don't think for actual constructed play, I don't think these, as you say, cut the mustard. I think they're probably low stale at best.
For sure. Now, we talked about head jab, but we do have one more head jab combo line here, a little 2-card combo. This is, if you want to talk about 1-2 punch here.
Yeah, so this really is a 1-2 punch, honestly, with head jab. This is another common attack action for ninja. It has the stealth stat line without stealth, but it's a 0, attacks for 3, blocks for 3. Comes in all 3 colors, and then it reads, if head jab was the last attack this combat chain, this has when this hits a hero, deal 2 damage to them. So just damage, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. I could see this kind of being played as just, kind of an annoying card to for your opponent to have to block, especially late in the game. So like it's just a 0 for 5, or the blue is like a 0 for 3. So it's not spectacular, but there are situations where you just need some damage that's maybe hard to block. So I think the blues and the yellows are like maybe not horrendous in Benji.
Oh yeah,
because you just go yellow or blue head jab into this thing, and you've presented, let's say it's yellow into yellow. That's 2 damage plus another 4, so 6 damage over 2 cards. Like not horrendous. And then you've ostensibly done something else as well. He also has his own effect that gives +1. So it's probably not as good in constructed, just because it is, head jab isn't the main marquee card that you'll want to play in most ninja decks. It is a decent baseline. It's probably good in limited as well for pushing through damage, but probably doesn't quite make the cut, especially over recoil, the other head jab combo line. I think that this one is just a more impactful on hit. I would much prefer to disrupt my opponent's hand than just present an extra 2 damage if they don't fully block this card that only attacks for 3. So yeah, probably low stale, to be generous. Yeah, I think I'm going to settle at low stale. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. It's just not impactful enough, I think, for what Constructed's trying to do. I mean, we've seen a lot of powerful stuff here, and this is nowhere near it. So, Ninja definitely got some really cool stuff here. You know, and you know, I think Katsu fans are eating good. All right, you know, yeah, they're eating pretty good right now, and it's very exciting. And all right, so now we have Ranger. So we have a reprint here in Azalea for limited, right? You know, Azalea is once per turn action, 0 cost. Put a card from your arsenal in the bottom of your deck. If you do, put the top card of your deck face up into your arsenal. If it's an arrow, gains dominate until end of turn. Go again. Our friend, our dear friend Az is probably pretty stoked about this set. You know, I believe James White told him that Azalea was the business this year, and it's certainly looking to be that way. Now, I don't want to talk too much about Azalea right now. We're going to talk about Azalea, no doubt, but I want to talk about Riptide, Lurker of the Deep, which is the new Ranger hero. Starts at 38 health, 4 intellect. Whenever you play a card from hand, you may put a card from hand face down into your arsenal. And then also has, whenever a trap you control triggers, deal 1 damage to the attacking hero. So this hero is like one of the coolest I've seen. In a lot of different ways. Mostly though, it's not really inherent off of his hero text what he wants you to do, right? You know, you want to play traps, and you know you want to throw stuff in the arsenal, which like any ranger wants to do anyway. It gives it like automatic reload, but like how are you supposed to build this? And we got to look at like context clues from the cards in the set and see what it is. Riptide to me right now, and I've built a bunch of decks in the past 48 hours and tried to play them. It could either be a fresh to death hero or a rotten hero. The jury is still out on this gnarly looking dude. So what are your thoughts on it out of the gates?
I had the exact same sort of development of like my assessment of the hero that you kind of just went through as you were discussing him. Like both of his effects are really interesting because basically giving all of the cards that you play from hand reload is like a relevant thing. We've seen it with Rangers in the past. Sometimes you're just not able to put cards into your arsenal to fire them off. He just allows you to do it, which, you know, if you play like any of the buff cards from hand, like any of the, you know, Ranger buff cards like Take Aim or even like Plunder Run, specifically in Blitz, but or even like, you know, Nimbleism, it allows you to put an arrow into your arsenal right away, and then you can fire it off. So, like that's really cool. And then the traps just dealing 1 additional damage that isn't able to be blocked. Like it can be prevented, which we've talked about. There are some equipment in this set that allow you to specifically prevent any type of damage, but it's not as common as either just regular, like physical damage or arcane damage. So most of the time, this will just be a free damage every time you play a trap. So he is very open in terms of what his deck is supposed to be or how you could play him, which I think then really plays to like just actual knowledge of the deck and skill with the hero that will probably be rewarded pretty heavily if you're able to leverage his 2 abilities. And yeah, I think you're right in that he doesn't really tell you what he should be played as right off the hop. So super weird design, really big fan, honestly. I think that he is very cool. I know I have a lot of local players and just friends in the Flesh and Blood community that are just frothing at the mouth to play this man. He is cool. His lore is cool. He's just a savage. He's so like, oh my God, he's so dark. He just cares about killing and that's it.
Yeah, I mean this Riptide is going to be a crowd favorite probably for a very, very long time. And my initial reaction on this is this is an expert level hero in terms of deck building, right? This is not straightforward, and there are, I think, I would be surprised if people figure out the best version right away.
Yep.
So I think a lot of it will be like, all right, how does he play in limited? And then folks can kind of take it from there. But honestly, it's the fact that it's just a regular ranger, not talented, kind of opens up everything. So we'll see what it means. But do you want to talk about his signature weapon?
Yeah, sure. So his bow that we got to see relatively early, I think, because it's actually a promo that, depending on your LGS, is actually being given out already, is Barbed Castaway, which is a ranger weapon bow, two-handed. It has 2 once per turn instant abilities that both cost a resource. The first one is you may put an arrow card from your hand face up into your arsenal. Pretty standard, bow effect to have, to put an arrow into your arsenal. And the other effect is you may turn a face down arrow in your arsenal face up. And if you do, put an aim counter on it. So pretty, not super exciting bow, but it is something that allows you to put aim counters on things with some sort of regularity. We will see that there are more aim counter synergies in this set, so I think this is, especially because it's his token weapon, very relevant for limited, just to have the ability to get those aim counter synergies off without needing the only other card in the game that is able to put aim counters on. Actually, I think there are 2. There's Sandscour Great Bow, and then there's 1 buff card that I think puts an aim counter on a face-up arrow in your arsenal. But because we don't have access to either of those, and they wanted to print more aim counter synergies, we needed something like this. So I don't know that it's necessarily super exciting, especially considering the other bows we already have access to. So I'd say probably low stale in terms of just sheer playability, but it is definitely good for limited, I think.
Yeah, it's interesting. So this has kind of been the journey of just theorizing what Riptide does. Barbed Castaway, is it what he wants to play? And I think you can actually, and I think there might be there might be some regency there in terms of why you want to use the Barbed Castaway. First of all, you can pop his ability allows you to pop the things into your arsenal face down, so it's easy to give them aim counters just for 1, which is neat. It has 2 ways to turn things face up in your arsenal, which opens up new horizons for Riptide, and I think the sheer flexibility, I guess pun intended with the bow here, but is probably good enough, I think, to bring it up to like low fresh. But it might honestly just be the bow that Riptide wants to play. But that's like, we don't know right now.
Yeah,
but
that's one of the things that I will say for specifically Riptide cards. I am willing to be so wrong on all of these because, again, the deck is just so weird. It is not straightforward to how the deck wants to play or what the deck wants to do. So if that is the way that Riptide works the best, I am willing to say that I'm just ignorant to that. So.
Either way, this is going to be quite the adventure with Riptide.
Oh yeah, this is going to be a good one.
Speaking of adventure and going on adventures, the next card is Trench of Sunken Treasure. A pirate coat? Is Riptide a pirate of sorts? Well, he does lurk in the deep. This is the new legendary Ranger equipment chest piece. It blocks for 1, has Blade Break, also has Arcane Barrier 1. Nice. That's the nice thing about Ranger things. You just give them a bunch of abilities on there and until they're good. And then it has once per turn instant. Put a face down card from your arsenal on the bottom of your deck. Gain a resource. Right off the bat, I think this is a fresh to death card. It's a legendary. There's no doubt it's going to play like a legendary. It turns your arsenal card into basically your pitch for the turn. If you need to, you can filter stuff out of there that you don't want in there. It's an instant. It can protect you from Command and Conquer and other effects like that, which there are some in the set. I think this is just all around great card. It's I think Riptide's probably where it might have the most play, but for now I think it's pretty great.
Yeah, it's interesting. Just in general, obviously, it's nice that we finally have a dedicated Ranger chest, because that's a piece of. I think that's the only non-class equipment slot that they had remaining. So really excited to see that they're finally doing that. I like the fact that it is both Blade Break and Arcane Barrier, because then it is just strictly better than Null Rune Robe if you were ever wanting to play that. It is definitely interesting. I think the sort of best case scenario for this is definitely, like you said, that if you end a turn with a defense reaction face down in your arsenal and there's no way for you to do anything with it, you do need the ability to get it out of there so that you can do something on your turn. So allowing you to clear that and gain a resource from it is pretty good. I think that this is something that Riptide not only needs, but also, or not only wants, but also just kind of needs access to, for those situations where you end with a trap in your arsenal and you're like, okay, well now what do I do? So yeah, I think that this is absolutely the chess piece that Riptide wants. Fresh Death for sure. Maybe less of a use case in Azalea, just because with Riptide it's so much easier to get face down cards in your arsenal than it is with Azalea. But in general, really like the design space on this, and also really like the fact that they're hinting at pirates.
Yeah,
we might get pirates.
Oh man, I can't wait till the next Ranger equipment headpiece can have a nice pirate hat. Oh god, so sweet.
just a tricorn.
yeah, that's it. And it doesn't even have to do anything. It's just like you could see better. I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you want to actually talk about? Well, we have another legendary here and a whole new card type, which is very exciting.
Yes. Yeah, so this is exciting for multiple different reasons, honestly. First of all, as you mentioned, this is a new card type. Not to belabor the point, we now have quivers as Ranger equipment. And they function as offhands, essentially, for Rangers. They can be equipped in a weapon zone in addition to a bow. So you can have a two-handed bow and you can have a quiver. Rangers are the first class to be able to equip an additional offhanded type thing with a two-handed weapon. So something that I've kind of made, I think, pretty obvious in discussions about quivers. A lot of people were expecting these to be a lot better than they are. Not to say that they are bad, but people were expecting them to have much more impactful effects, and it is an extremely good thing that they are not more impactful than they are, because this is a zone that only Rangers have access to. So if any one of these quivers, we're going to be talking about, I think, 4 of them in a row here, if any of them were broken, it would be just inherently unfair, because only Rangers have access to this zone, yada, 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 that whole thing. Anyway, the other reason why this is so exciting is because this was my good friend Az's preview card, which he was beyond excited about, because not only was it a Ranger card, not only was it a legendary, it also was a totally brand new card type that nobody knew about. So this card is really cool.
Yeah.
Anyway, this is a legendary Ranger equipment quiver. It is called Quiver of Abyssal Depths. And its ability is at instant speed, you can pay 3 resources and destroy it to shuffle up to 3 arrows with different names from your graveyard into your deck. So kind of a pseudo remembrance, to be able to recycle some things. Obviously it is 3 arrows with different names, which again I think is good, because the top end of this, if you could shuffle the same arrow in multiple times, you'd just get back 3 red in the ledgers, and nobody wants that. Yeah. I guarantee you nobody wants that to happen. So I think this is great. It functions really nicely, especially in the late game with Knock the Death Whistle, just allowing you to get another impactful on hit. In games that go longer, you can just recycle your most impactful arrows. And it's something that starts in play, so you can use it at the time that you need it. I think this card is good. Again, I don't think, just personally, that any of these quivers are broken, but the opportunity cost of playing them is extremely low. So I think that just having these take up a spot in your sideboard or whatever is pretty free. So having this ability on deck whenever you want is good in and of itself. I think that this is a very solid fresh card. Probably more of a sideboard because it does play better into control-y matchups like longer games. But I still say solid fresh for this one.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with you. I think the quiver edition's been great, and I agree with you. They shouldn't have been. If they were really good, it'd be a real problem. This one is solves the problem of Ranger in general. I mean, I think this feels super powerful in Lexi, to be honest with you, because Lexi is just like the game plan against Lexi is typically fatigue, right?
Yeah,
and
just run her out of stuff.
Exactly, and this is just enough to maybe push Lexi over that edge. And it's probably the same for all these Rangers, but I think of Lexi the most when I see this. It's a very high fresh. It's Abyssal Depths, so I'm getting my tinfoil hat on a little bit, but I look at this and I want to think that it is a Riptide card and maybe plays into how you're supposed to build Riptide, but that's a discussion for another day. But I think it's very high fresh. And very excited to see it in cold foil. I think it's going to look beautiful. The card's awesome. And speaking of another card and quiver that I want to see in cold foil, it is Quiver of Rustling Leaves. This was spoiled by Mark Poole, the artist, which was very cool. This is a majestic quiver. It has instant pay 3. Much like the last one, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's an arrow, put it face up into your arsenal. Destroy Quiver of Rustling Leaves. This is just a nice bread and butter card for Ranger, I think. Especially if you're running a lot of arrows, and even if you're not, it's no, like if you have the blue to pitch, and you don't lose the quiver if you miss. So I think this quiver's quite good. I don't know if it's going to be played in every single Ranger, but I think it's probably going to perform at a fresh level.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Something that's notable about this, like you said, the destroy only happens if you do put an arrow into your arsenal. So this now adds Ranger to the list of classes that's able to fully mulligan their hand on turn 1 just by pitching. If you have just a bunch of blues or, enough that are in a multiple of 3, you can just pitch all of them into Quiver to try to draw a new hand and maybe get an arrow out of it. It's just kind of interesting. I like that it sort of solves the problem of, sometimes you just have a hand that doesn't have an arrow in it. This just gives you one additional shot at a shot, It's just another piece of redundant equipment. And again, because it's in a completely new zone, it doesn't take up any additional space. I think the opportunity cost, again, is very low. So yeah, I think this is going to be pretty fresh as well.
Really neat card. Now, we do have a pair of specialization quivers here. What does Crow's Nest do?
So Crow's Nest, first and foremost, is another reference to pirate ships. So and they're really driving the point home. I think we're probably going to be seeing pirate heroes, or hero, I guess, relatively soon. But outside of that, it is an Azalea specialization quiver. So this can only be used if you're playing Azalea. And it's her token quiver. So obviously good for limited. You'll just always have access to a quiver. And this one reads, whenever an arrow is put face up into your arsenal from your deck, you may pay a resource if you do put an aim counter on it. So once again, just easy access to aim counters for some of the synergies that you have in limited. I remember I saw somebody say that this feels like almost like an errata for Azalea. Like it just feels like something that she should have access to, especially if she wants to use aim counter cards with any sort of regularity. And I agree with that, I think. I think if you want to play a deck that cares a lot about aim counters, this is probably fine. The thing that I think is nice about these quivers is that none of them feels just inherently better than any of the others. Like I'm looking at this and looking at Quiver of Rustling Leaves. There are situations where I think I would want Crow's Nest over Quiver of Rustling Leaves, depending on how you put your deck together, you know? So, really interesting way that they've designed all of these, that they all have their purpose. And yeah, I think if you have a deck that really, you know, you need access to aim counters to make sure that it works properly, this will probably be the quiver that you want to play. So I think it's probably on average not as powerful as the other two quivers. So I think I would say low fresh, but again, it's just all about context for these ones.
Yeah, I can definitely see Azalea playing it. You know, if Azalea cares about aim counters and doesn't want to run one of the bows that gives them, I think the Crow's Nest is a totally fine option for deck building there. So I'm right with you. Low fresh. Next card, Driftwood Quiver. This is Riptide specialization quiver. Has a single ability, instant destroy it. Put a card from your arsenal on the bottom of your deck. I'll go ahead and say this is a limited card only. Because in constructed, you might want to be just playing the trench coat, and that gives you the same ability and generates a resource. So the nice thing about the quiver is it doesn't have to be face down, which is kind of neat. But outside of that, I think for constructed, probably pretty rotten, barring any kind of things I'm not seeing here.
Yeah, I am right there with you. Something, again, that I sort of used in my evaluation of Trench of Sunken Treasure. They have printed this effect on enough cards for, I assume, for Riptide in general, that having this effect of clearing your arsenal is extremely important for how this deck runs. So it is obviously something that's going to be very important. As you say, in Limited, I think this is going to be an effect that you would miss if you don't have it. So having it as a token quiver is perfectly fine, but I think this is maybe the only exception to what I had just mentioned, that none of the quivers feel strictly better than any of the others. I think all three of them are strictly better than this one. But yeah, for Limited, it's fine, but definitely a solid rotten for me.
Yeah. The only thing I could see is if Riptide has a matchup that wants to play Tunic, and you're like, all right, well, I still care about moving out the arsenal. Let's throw that quiver in. But I think that's very far-fetched at this point. Now, what does Wayfinder's Crest do?
So Wayfinder's Crest is a ranger headpiece, which is kind of interesting. It's a common. We're now into the where this is kind of out of order for rarity, but it is a common ranger headpiece. It has blade break and 1 defense, and it says when you defend with this, look at the top card of target hero's deck. So notably, you can look at your own or you can look at your opponent's. There are cards that care about the top card of your opponent's deck. Also is very useful just in general for knowledge. For, you know, if you block with this and then your opponent gets to draw up, you know what one of their cards is. And information is extremely powerful when it comes to knowing what you need to block, what cards you have to potentially, you know, keep in mind. It is obviously, I would say, less of an impactful card than something like Skullbone Crosswrap, or obviously New Horizons, which is the two main contenders that this is kind of playing against for Ranger. But as like a common piece, especially in Limited, I think this is totally fine. In terms of actual constructed playability, probably sits somewhere in the rotten tier. It is neat. It's not without its benefits, but I think its competition is pretty strong. So realistically, I don't know that it gets played that much.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with you. It's a limited card here. There's so many great options at that headpiece before you even get to this, right? You know, you mentioned the 2 ranger pieces, but then there's even Crown of Providence or something like that, or you know, Crown of Dominion, which is something I've been thinking about playing in Riptide because Cashin seems really good.
Yeah, or even like Honing Hood from Tales of Aria that just lets you pick up your arsenal and put a new thing in. I think that is, especially for Riptide, like we've been mentioning, clearing your arsenal is important. I think that if you needed a budget option, I think Honing Hood is the headpiece for Riptide, probably.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so, and it could even just be the piece you want to play, maybe depending on whether you're playing first or not.
Exactly.
Next, we have our first majestic arrow here. This is amplifying arrow. It's a yellow, cost 0, attacks for 2, defends for 3, and has to be played from arsenal. Like all these arrows, it's just in case you don't know. While amplifying arrow is face up in any zone, if it would gain attack, instead it gains that much +1. Interesting, the any zone text here. This card certainly feels like a great Azalea card. Azalea likes to play the buffs, buff up the amplifying arrow bunch, and dominate and smack you. But I'm curious what your thoughts are on it. I would say it's probably close to fresh to death in Azalea, but I wonder how you feel about it.
So it's certainly a very weird card, in like a really good way. One thing that I do want to mention here, just for people who haven't seen the art of it, it looks like they're referencing like an earth talented ranger. It reads very similar to like Briar cards. It's very floral. There's lots of greenery. She's shooting off an arrow that looks like a flower. So just from speculation, it's interesting. It also feels like, just from the art direction that we've seen thus far, very much an outlier, which is funny considering the name of the set. It is definitely on the outside of what we would normally see. But outside of that, I think this card is suspiciously good. At the very bare minimum, if you're playing it in Lexi, you're able to put it into your arsenal with +1, which becomes +2. So really at its base, this is a 0 for 4. And that is, again, the floor of what this can do. For example, if you put this in with Bullseye Bracers, it still gets that +1. If you play Rain Razors, it actually gets a total of +3 from that. It combos really nicely with Razor Reflex because that gives it +4. It works well with Art of War, giving it an additional +1 on top of what it normally would. There are a lot of buffs within Ranger that Ranger already wants to play that this just gains that one additional stat with. And especially if you do it twice or 3 times, this can get kind of scary. It's definitely at some point trending into Magical Christmas Land.
Yeah.
But when it comes to just needing to get damaged through, sometimes just one additional is all that you need. And I think that this does it really well. And it's even just a 0 cost yellow that blocks for 3. So at the minimum, it's pretty good. And I think its top end is question mark. It's really cool. It plays nicely with a lot of the stuff that Rangers already want. So I'm a big fan of this card. I would say probably low fresh to death, but still within fresh to death. It's a really interesting effect. And this is the card that I was mentioning previously when we were talking about Ranger in terms of cards that gain like power +1 from buffs. I think this is the better version of it.
Yeah. Now, so face up in any zone, does that mean while it's attacking as well?
Yes, it does. So if you buff it in your arsenal while it's face up, or if you buff it while it's on the combat chain, so which is why it works well with Rain Razors, it works well with Razor Reflex. It's very interesting. And the way that it is worded, obviously, even if it's face down in your arsenal and you play something like Take Aim that gives your next thing +3, it doesn't get the buff until it's an attacking card.
Okay.
So it would still get the +1 on top.
So yeah, I'm agree with you. Low fresh to death. Sorry, this card's like pretty crazy. Like the ceiling on it is insane. Do you want to talk about probably one of my favorite arrows in this set, Barbed Undertow?
Yeah, I do. Again, the art on this one is really cool. It has it's an arrow that has like a barbed wire chain attached to it, which is really cool. And it's another aim counter arrow. So it is another majestic attack action arrow. It comes in red, costs 1, attacks for 5, blocks for 3. Pretty standard rate for arrows. And it has, if Barbed Undertow has an aim counter, it gains when this hits a hero, choose red, yellow, or blue. Until the start of your next turn, they can't pitch cards of the chosen color. Which is like kind of backbreaking depending on,
It really is.
what hero you're against. Like if this hits a Katsu and you name blue, like okay.
Hits Prism, name yellow. Hits Dromai, name red. I mean, it's just incredible.
Yeah, like it is, because of that, I would say that sometimes it trends into, I mean, I think most of the time it trends into a sideboard card, but this is such a potent sideboard option for a lot of relevant matchups. Even if you play this on its own, like again, it's just the baseline 1 for 5, which is pretty standard arrow stat line. But yeah, with an aim counter, that effect can be, like I said, pretty backbreaking, pretty game changing, especially if you time it right. Yeah. So yeah, I think that this is absolutely a sideboard fresh to death. This is like such a good effect to have on like a very flexible ability. The fact that you just get to choose your own disruption, essentially.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I would even push further in terms of like I think it's main boardable if you're running aim counter like synergies here. I think it's just worth running because it's a must block because your opponent's looking at their hand and they're already thinking about how they need to pitch and they're already thinking about I can't let this thing hit or else, like if this hits and they choose the right thing, I'm screwed. So I might as well just block it out, which is a cool thing to say. Like kind of these must blocks. Very cool card. It's very, very cool.
That is a very good point that like it's just, this is maybe now officially the reason to play aim counters. Like we do have another one, I think a mobilizing shot from the previous set, which is another like majestic that has a decent on hit, but I don't recall what it does. And I don't think it's nearly as good as this. So,
that one's more of a sideboard card. I think that one says if it hits, they can only play one attack and one non-attack.
That is what it is. Yeah. So, and that one's a 0 for 4. This is a 1 for 5. Yeah. So this is, I think you've talked me into it. This, if you want to play aim counters, you're playing this card, and this is also a reason to actually consider playing aim counter synergies. This card's very good.
Yeah. I mean, I look at this card and I look at Barb Castaway. I'm like, okay, this is a arrow that you want to play in Riptide. I would assume. We could all be wrong about Riptide. I think we just keep saying that. But I hope we're not because the next couple cards are really cool. These are legendary Riptide specializations. The first one here is Buzzsaw Trap. I will just say they're all blue and they cost 0. It is a Ranger defense reaction trap. So traps in Crucible of War, they had to be played from Arsenal. They changed that. They errated that. The Crucible of War ones still need to be played from Arsenal, but they errated the text to change how that works. But these ones could be played from hand, which is very interesting because you can also load something into your arsenal with on your opponent's turn with Riptide's ability. So this one blocks for 3. When this defends an attack with a power or attack greater than the base, the attack can't gain attack this turn. Its attack becomes its base. So it's a confusing card, but basically, if Enlightened Strike's coming in for 7, you Buzzsaw Trap, it's going to come back to 5, right? Yep. And also on top of that, you're dealing 1 damage to your opponent because the condition of this trap is met, which triggers Riptide. So I'll let you speak to it as well, but I think all of them are going to be fresh to death in Riptide. I think there's no reason not to play them. It's just 1 card and it's a blue and blocks 3 and doesn't need to be from Arsenal and has sometimes really relevant, cool stuff happen. Really excited for these, and I'm interested to see what you think.
Yeah. The only reservation I have about these is honestly it's a good thing in general. The fact that these 3 that we're going to be talking about, the first of 3 that's part of this set of Riptide specializations, they're all legendary, so you can only have 1, but their effects are so potent in their specific situations that it is good that you can only play one of these just for the health of the game, I think. Especially the next one, I think. The fact that you can't play it in multiples. So you might not always have this when it's needed specifically, but even at its base, like it's a defense reaction that is a blue and blocks for 3, which is already pretty above rate, especially for defense reactions that cost 0. So yeah, I think it's pretty easy to call all 3 of the specializations fresh to death, even before we've talked about the other 2, because you're going to be playing these in Riptide.
Yeah.
At its core, there is no reason not to. But very interesting point of clarity for Buzzsaw Trap. If you block a Dawnblade, it fully blocks a Dawnblade, no matter what, because the counters count as it gaining attack. So it immediately puts Dawnblade back to 3.
Which is so cool. I mean, the counters stay if it had already hit, but the fact that it's just a blank on Dawnblade is so cool.
It's just randomly really, really punishing, and I love that. It's so cool. And again, one of the reasons I'm happy this doesn't exist in multiples.
Do you want to talk about, I think, probably the best one, Collapsing Trap?
Yes. So this is, like I said, it's the same for all 3 of these, but this is for sure one of the reasons I'm glad that these are legendary. So this is another majestic trap defense reaction, another blue that costs 0 and blocks for 3, another legendary. And when this defends an attack with Go Again, the attacking hero discards their hand, then draws that many cards -1. Crazy. Like it does let them, obviously, like if their hand sucked, potentially it gives them another shot, but it gives them 1 fewer card. Most attacks will have Go Again, just kind of in general, depending, like obviously this one's slightly more nuanced because like most of the time Guardians don't have attacks with Go Again, but whatever. In most situations, this is an insane Chainlink 1 block. Like even you are playing against a Katsu and they attack you with a Kodachi, you block with Collapsing Trap. It makes them discard their hand, which they probably had an idea of how they wanted to lay out their turn. And now they're just screwed. Like they could be totally stranded or just have no idea what they're going to do with the rest of their turn. So, also relevant that this technically helps with like a fatigue or mill strategy. Because it brings them deeper into their deck. This card's cool. This card's really cool.
This card's really cool. Some things worth noting. So, like you mentioned Guardian, right? At the bit, they're not going to have a lot of Go Again, but you can. Let's say they dominate something, right? You play the Collapsing Trap, load a Sink Below, right? All of a sudden, you're dealing with the dominate. It's really, really cool. Wow. The only thing I wouldn't do with Collapsing Trap is play it against Rhinar on something that has Go Again, because all of a sudden your hand's gone, and maybe they even drew cards with Beast Within, which is also not great. But yeah, just keep that in mind. But outside of that, probably just fresh to death. And then it brings us to the last legendary here. Spike Pit Trap, another blue, 0, blocks 3, legendary. When this defends and the attacking hero has played or activated a reaction, this chain link, put the top card of their deck into their graveyard. They lose X life, where X is the number of cards in their graveyard with that name. So, this is certainly, really great against heroes in this set, right? Azuri and Arachne and even the ninjas, but it has some uses elsewhere. And if it's triggering, it's also already dealing 1 damage plus maybe 1 or 2 more, which is really cool. This is probably a little bit more narrow. Not everybody uses attack reactions, but there's like little things here and there that really trigger this. Snapdragon Scalers is a great example.
Yep. That's a reaction. So yeah, I think the fact that if the condition triggers, it does do a base of 2 damage. Because you put the top card of their deck into their graveyard, so they at least have 1 copy of whatever card it is that they milled in their graveyard, so it deals at least 1 damage. And then because it's activated, obviously Riptide does that too. My baseline for this is like Reckless Swing or Steelblade Shunt. I'm sure people in the comments will, as soon as I mention that, start commenting about the time that they lost against a Steelblade Shunt because it dealt that 1 damage. Like, that can be relevant. It absolutely can be relevant. The later on in the game this happens, I think the more potent it can be because, sometimes this deals 3 damage on its own plus Riptide. 4 damage on your opponent's turn. What are you, a wizard?
This is our turn.
Yeah. So I think that this is, again, really cool. Another Fresh to Death. It is the most narrow of the 3, but I think the effect is no less potent for it. I think that it's still extremely good.
Absolutely. I love these cards so much. They're so cool.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I can't wait to play it in IRL with the Riptide.
Designs,
now,
so
what does Melting Point do?
Yeah, it's a weird one in, again, a really good way. I keep saying that, but that's because every card in this set is super weird. This is another Ranger action, another Ranger buff that we have access to. It's a Majestic, blocks for 3, which is kind of unheard of for Ranger cards in general. Like most of the time they block for 2. I know we referenced a bunch of arrows that block for 3, but the whole joke a lot is that the non-attack actions usually block for 2. Mm-hmm. So we're already above rate on this. Costs 1, gives your next arrow attack this turn plus 4. And then if the attack has an aim counter, it also gains, when this hits a hero, destroy a one-handed weapon they control with base attack 1. And then obviously this has go again. So right off the hop, really good against Kodachis. Just removes a Kodachi from the game, potentially, which is extremely relevant. Probably another reason to play aim counter stuff. Obviously a lot more narrow based on what heroes you're up against, because realistically this is good against the 2 other heroes that are in this set, but maybe not so much outside of it. Randomly deals with, what's that one card, Nebula Blade, the Rune Blade weapon from Arc. But
I didn't even think of that card.
Yeah.
Oh no, it doesn't deal with it. It's 2-handed. So
it is 2-handed.
It's just the daggers so far.
Yeah, just for daggers so far, and Quicksilver daggers, the
True.
warrior weapons from the last set. But anyway, yeah, so works for those. Honestly, really relevant against ninjas, because getting rid of their Kodachis takes out a lot of their late game. So pretty potent sideboard option against ninja, I would say. Also, the fact that it's just a 1-for-4 buff is not irrelevant. And the fact that it blocks for 3, again, is honestly kind of weird for Rangers that they have that. So sideboard fresh, solid, I would say. Maybe even main board like low, fresh, high stale. It does depend on how easy aim counter strategies are to work around. But I think between this and Barbed Undertow, you got some pretty good reason to do so.
Absolutely. And, it's good against Assassin as well. And it also in Riptide reloads. So, and then you flip it with Castaway, and it's got an aim counter, and boom, you're off to the races, which is really cool. Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think it's like probably a low fresh. It's probably not good enough in matches where the aim counter text matters, right? But it's still really cool. Next we have more traps. This one is a Boulder Trap. This one's pretty crazy good, in my opinion. It is a yellow. It blocks for 3, costs 0. It says it's a rare. When this defends an attack with attack greater than its base, put a -1 counter on equipment the attacking hero controls. I mean, this is just, gosh, I mean, this is exactly what is going to give Riptide any kind of like real potency in this game is it's cards like this, because you're slowly withering them down, because not only did you just, that's 2 points of damage again right there. Right, that's a you remove something from a equipment and you dealt 1 damage to them, and blocked 3 on top of that, and possibly reloaded. So there's a lot going on here. I think this is that auto include into Riptide. I think it probably sees more main deck play than some of the other ones. I think it's fair to say that. I think this card is quite good, and I would say fresh to death almost.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. That way of sort of evaluating it, that it's technically 2 damage, I think is something to really keep in mind, because removing blocking options from your opponent can be extremely relevant. Like, you put a -1 counter on their Tunic, and now all of a sudden, like, sometimes late in the game, that 1 block from Tunic is relevant once you've gotten the use you need out of it. Like, that does kind of keep it around, but when your opponent's in a spot where they would want to block with Tunic anyway, it's probably because they would die if they can't. So having access to taking that access away from them can be really, really good. Like you said, this just is a yellow that blocks for 3 as well. And I think people care enough about pumping up the attack of their cards that this use case is going to be active basically every time. So yeah, I think that you're right on the money. This is going to be one of the bread and butter traps that you're going to see out of Riptide. Honestly, I think along with this next one.
For sure. Also, I just want to say, worth noting, you get to play 3 of those in your deck. This is not legendary, right?
Yeah, these ones are not legendary, so this could happen multiple times a game. You could just take away all of their blocking options with their equipment, which is kind of nutty.
Pretty crazy.
Yeah, but the next one up here is Pendulum Trap, which has the same sort of stat line. It's a yellow that costs 0 and blocks for 3. It's a defense reaction trap. And when this defends and the attacking hero has played or activated a reaction this chain link, put the top 2 cards of their deck into their graveyard. Very interesting. Obviously works really well with the Spike Pick trap to potentially put multiples of a card into their graveyard so that you can either get them for more damage or just take options away from them. There are situations in which this isn't as good. Levia is laughing if you play this card against them, because that, along with the attack that they've just tried to hit you with, means they now have the ability to play one of their I can't even remember the names of the attacks for Levia.
Just Boneyard Marauder, anything like that. One of their banished threes. She doesn't really run a lot of reactions, but
true. So it probably doesn't turn on anyway. But if it did, she would be probably a hero that doesn't care as much for this. But honestly, I like it. To me, I like sort of long game like mill strategies, and this is a mill strategy for sure.
It's no, absolutely. There's something interesting about this card. I think it's a huge context clue of how you want to build Riptide, right? I think it's almost like turbo fatigue, right?
Yeah.
You're pitching your traps early, getting to the point where you get to your second cycle. Maybe you're throwing out some good on hits with aim counters, and then you kind of just turn on the trap machine, right?
Yeah.
You're laying and waiting and then throwing the traps at them. Is my bet, and I think that card is a huge context clue, and Spike Pit Trap as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like Spike Pit Trap is definitely something that you'll want to sit on until late game, and Pendulum Trap as well, which has maybe a little bit better of a payoff early, because it's obviously, something that most of the time when your opponent uses a reaction, it'll be something like you said, like Snapdragon Scalers, or something to try to get them a little bit more value early on. And if you're able to start the removal of their options early, then I think it just becomes even more potent in the late game too. So I think it's really cool. It is obviously, like with Spike Pit Trap, a little bit more narrow in that it requires your opponent to have done something, whereas, attacks with Go Again or attacks with greater attack than their base, a lot of cards will just have that built in. So a little bit less ubiquitous, but it is a card that I like a bit. Probably low fresh for this. It'll still be probably something that you'll see, but it plays into a specific style of Riptide for sure.
For sure. I think it will probably live in the sideboard and be a fresh when you bring it in, right?
Yeah.
A lot like this next trap, right? This is another one that triggers on Go Again. This is Tar Pit Trap. Yellow, it's rare, 0, blocks for 3. When this defends an attack with Go Again, the next time an attack action card hits this turn, effects don't trigger. Very good against whatever cares about it, right? This is a great silver bullet. This will probably be an even better sideboard card, like probably Fresh to Death sideboard. But certainly there are decks that it does not matter. And you should feel more than happy to not bring it in, as opposed to the Collapsing Trap, which is a low cost to play. It's 1.
Mm-hmm. The thing that scares me about Tar Pit Trap is it's really good against Katsu, because you defend their first thing that has Go Again, and then whether or not the damage actually goes through, the next time an attack action card hits, his ability will try to trigger and then not trigger. Which I'm pretty sure uses it up because the way that he's worded is just the first time an attack action card hits. So now the next time you try to do that, you're past it. So they just can't tutor that turn, period. A lot of people have also been saying that this is really good against Briar, which I could definitely see because them not getting value off of Snatch is pretty big. So yeah, I think that this one, again, like I was saying, sort of, we have these 3 yellow ones that sort of mirror the 3 blue ones. The ones that have, Go Again or power greater than their base are going to be the easiest ones to trigger. And I think that Tar Pit Trap is not an exception for that. On-hit effects are really potent and strong, and this just removes that kind of for free. So yeah, I think this one is like a solid fresh to death, honestly. I think this is pretty good in most matchups outside of maybe Guardian.
Yeah.
Brute, but still really good.
Oh yeah, Brute doesn't have on hits. Well, that's crazy.
Yeah, they don't have on hits or Go Again.
Sometimes, hey, we'll get some Go Again every once in a while with the claws and Wild Ride, but even then it doesn't matter unless you're following up with a Command and Conquer.
Yeah.
But it is worth noting, even if something has Go Again and isn't necessarily running on hits, you're still going to get the Riptide trigger, so it's going to deal 1 damage. So it's probably worth playing if you expect to see Go Again, regardless. Do you want to talk about Fletch a Red Tail? Or actually, red, yellow, and blue tail.
Yeah, so we have an interesting cycle of cards that are all different, but all live within the same cycle. So yeah, like you said, we have Fletch a Red Tail, Fletch a Yellow Tail, and Fletch a Blue Tail. The red is a red that costs 1, blocks for 2, and it reads, your next arrow attack this turn gets +4. If it has an aim counter, it gains red cards have -1 defense while defending this, and then Go Again. And then similarly for yellow, the arrow attack gains +3, and then also gains, if it has an aim counter, yellow cards have -1 while defending this, and then same with blue, gains +2, and blue cards have -1 while defending this. So very interesting the way that they've done this. I think that on average, the red is going to be the most impactful if it does see play in Constructed, which I honestly kind of think that this can. I know that Fi, there's a really big meme right now that Fi is basically dead because they've gutted him so much because he was already so good. But imagine playing this against a Fi. Like, you give your thing +4. I know they don't want to block anyway, but then this would make their really aggressive cards that only block for 2 anyway even worse. And right now I think there are a lot of either very aggressive decks that just run a lot of reds that this pretty much neuters. and allows your on hits, like your crazy on hits like Barbed Undertow and Red in the Ledger and Remorseless, just gives them the ability to hit anyway. I think of the three of these, I like the red the most. I think it ends up kind of maybe being the most impactful. Then again, it is still a relatively narrow effect. But yeah, like I said, I think I like the red the most. I'd probably, I don't know if it's mainboardable. I think in the sideboard where this would matter the most as like a meta call, I think it's like pretty fresh. I think it can definitely change the game for you when played properly. But Ranger already has a lot of buff options, so it's kind of about weighing which are the best ones, and which ones are actually going to be played the most.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with you. I think the red currently is going to live in the sideboard. It's really great against Dromai, right? Which Ranger has a tough time with. And that's worth noting. Yellow, blue, if there are some matchups that make sense, maybe Icelander doesn't want to see the blue, make your blue cards block for less. Prism doesn't want to see the yellow. Stuff like that. It's a cool card to have and a cool cycle to have, I think, and probably like operate at a sideboard low fresh, but it's worth kind of keeping in mind when you build your deck.
Definitely.
Next, we have a cycle of laces. Shoelaces. We're going to group them together here. They're a lot like the spikes from the Assassin cycle over there. So we have Lace with Blood Rot, Lace with Frailty, Lace with Inertia. They all give the next arrow attack a +3. They're all red. They cost 0. And they block for 2. They all give the next arrow attack +3. And then they have the text: when it hits, give a Blood Rot. When it hits, give a Frailty. When it hits, give an Inertia. Much like we were talking about with the other cycles of token cards, Blood Rot's the best one and probably going to see the most play. Inertia and Frailty are fine. I think here there's only so many buffs you can run in a Ranger deck, so the Frailty and Inertia fall off a lot more from the Blood Rot than the spikes did. But certainly the Lace of Blood Rot is something that I'm really interested in playing, and probably a high fresh.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Context is obviously really important for these types of cards, and so I think you're right on the money that like Ranger already has so many buff options. Kind of like how I was saying with the Fletches, that the buffs that you play have to either be just really impactful and efficient, or have like a really relevant on-hit effect. And Lace with Blood Rot is kind of just a 0 for 5, because Blood Rot Pox kind of just staples 2 damage onto things. Obviously, it isn't pure 2 damage, but it is stackable, and it is something that is extremely relevant, especially getting later into the game. So yeah, I think Lace with Blood Rot is like honestly just a really good card. And yeah, I think that one's a high fresh. And then because we have so many options already, the Frailty and Inertia probably fall, I would say maybe even significantly lower, just because the narrowness of the effects really does start to hurt for these. So I think if we see any of them, it's probably going to be the Blood Rot one, which is kind of just the tagline of this entire set, honestly.
Yeah, we just want to Blood Rot some Pox, you know? It's totally fair. And yeah, I agree. And it's I probably with the Frailty and Inertia, probably around stale. Certainly not bad cards, but probably just not making the cut. What does Falcon Wing do?
So Falcon Wing is interesting. It's a 0 cost Ranger attack action arrow. It's a common. It comes in all 3 colors. It attacks for 3 and blocks for 3 for the red. Attacks for 2 with the yellow and 1 with the blue. And it has, if Falcon Wing has an aim counter, it has +1 attack. And then it also has Go Again, which is honestly kind of weird for Ranger cards to have Go Again. There is an existing arrow that has Go Again, Sikkim Shot from Arc. So this is, as far as I'm aware, the second ever arrow that has Go Again inherently. There's also Bolt and Shot, but that one gains Go Again through an effect. It's a really easy effect to trigger, but for all intents and purposes, this is the second one that just has it as a baseline. So interesting. I definitely think this is more of a sideboard option. The Go Again isn't always relevant for arrow stuff, and in the 0 cost for 3 attack sort of space, this is very much outcompeted by Drill Shot from the previous set. Drill Shot, as I believe, is 0 for 4 even, and has the wear down an equipment on hit. So I think that outside of limited, this gets beaten out by Drill Shot, but it having Go Again is notable and weird enough that it is not a terrible card at its base. It eats buffs pretty well. So yeah, I would say that this is probably definitely a limited card, probably a mid stale, maybe low stale even. We have a lot of arrows already, and we still have more to talk about.
Yeah.
So the space is already pretty crowded, and so arrows need to be pretty impactful. And this is not on its own, but interesting still.
Yeah, certainly. I might be a little bit higher on it than you. I think I'm probably a low fresh. I think the 0 for 4 Go Again. Obviously you're not playing this if you're not putting counters on things, right? The 0 for 4 Go Again is probably pretty relevant in Riptide. I think this is not something that is going to make any waves in any other Ranger. But it's not necessarily, it's not going to be the craziest thing in the world, but it is worth looking at as something that can lead into some pretty good turns for Riptide, and I don't think he has a lot of options for that. Without playing some auxiliary stuff is not going to have that. Which kind of leads me into a really potent card. Actually, I'll just talk about it's another cycle, the shot cycle. So this is an infecting shot, sedation shot, and withering shot. So they're all 1 for 5 at the red, and they come in all 3 colors. 1 for 5, 3 defense arrows. If they have an aim counter, they get +1, so they can be 1 for 6, which is quite good. And if it hits 0, create a Bloodrot Pox token, or a inertia, or a frailty. And yet again, the Bloodrot Pox one is what we want to be playing, and we're going to be super happy to be playing. And I think even the blue you want to play. This is something that I'm really interested in. The others are still quite good. 1 for 6 is awesome if you're on the aim counter stuff. But the infecting shot, just the fact that you don't even need to put the aim counter on to get the Bloodrot Pox on hit is pretty great. So I'm pretty high fresh on infecting shot, and then sedation and frailty, maybe sideboard cards, but just infecting shot is the business.
Yeah, so Infecting Shot was our spoiler card, so I've had a lot of time to think about Infecting Shot, and when I first saw it, I do have to admit I was a little bit dejected, because I was like, spoiling a common, it is something that needs to happen, but you always hope for a majestic or a legendary or something. So we got a common, and I was like, okay, whatever. And then I looked at it and read it. I think we had gotten it. We had gotten the card before we knew what a Bloodrot Pox was, I think, officially. We found out a little bit, pretty soon after. But when we first saw it, I don't think we knew. And I was like, okay, it makes a token. It makes a counter. It makes a Bloodrot Pox token, whatever. And sometimes it attacks for 6. Then we found out, and I was like, oh, this is an attack for 8. If you have an aim counter, it's a 1 for 8. That is just super potent. Like you said, I think the blue is extremely good. I know there were a few people that were still playing Headshot as just a damage arrow. So the reds and the blues were both being played, because the blue is a good resource card. And I think this just beats out Headshot. I think this is just straight up a better card than Headshot in pretty much every case. And yeah, the blue one being 1 for 3, that can sometimes be a 1 for 4, that if it isn't fully blocked, it still deals if it still deals 1 damage, it also adds a blood rot. So it's technically still 3 damage, which can be extremely relevant in games where you're wanting it to go long. So yeah, I'm very high on Infecting Shot. I think that this is just like kind of a new wave of baseline for this type of arrow that you want in the deck. So yeah, I think high fresh, maybe even low fresh to death on Infecting Shot. I might be biased, but
It's okay.
and then Sedation Shot and Withering Shot, slightly less so, just because their tokens are a little bit less ubiquitous, like we've been saying, but still not bad. In no means, or by no means, bad cards. Good baseline, good effects, solid cycle.
Absolutely. And hey, listen, if anybody's out there listening, throw your anger into the comments about how wrong we are on those tokens. I know that we know they're good, but Blood Rot Pox is just a lot cooler, and that's just what we want to do. And deal with it. What does Murkmire Grapnel do?
So Murkmire Grapnel, just another instance of gnarly art. This guy's got a grappling hook through his shoulder. Like,
you got Riptide in the back.
Yeah, reminds me a lot of like Snag. If you remember Snag from Crew, just really like, I don't know, visceral, very movement-oriented gore, which, I mean, I'm a big fan of, honestly. But Murkmire Grapnel is an arrow attack. It's a ranger action. It's common, comes in cycle all 3 colors. It costs 0, attacks for 4, blocks for 3. If it has an aim counter, it gets +1 attack, and then damage that would be prevented by this can't be prevented. Damage that would be dealt by this can't be prevented. So we kind of already talked about, there was a stealth card that is among the same genre. Can't be prevented is pretty narrow of an effect. Obviously, this is an 0 for 4 that can become an 0 for 5, which is not a terrible baseline, like you were saying for Riptide. This is maybe something that just gets played because it does pair really well with Barbed Castaway. Not super exciting, but it also plays well into Oasis Respite, which is a card that I know gets a lot of people's backs up. It's a card people don't like seeing very much. So, not super exciting, but probably something that Riptide will make use of. So, being a 0-cost arrow can't be horrendous, especially because it does have that 1 attack over Falcon Wing. So, I would say mid-stale, high-stale, maybe. It's like fine.
I think that's fair. I probably like mid-stale, might get better, depending on meta. It really depends on what the next Light Illusionist does, really, to be honest. And,
definitely.
And this is a card that a 0 for 5 is pretty great. So
yeah.
Next is Skybound Shot, which comes in all 3 colors. The red comes in for a 1 for 5 with 3 block. This is basically the vanilla of the shots. So we saw the Withering and the others. If it has an aim counter, it gets the +1. So it could be just a 1 for 6. I think the fact that it doesn't have an on hit is enough for it to get down to rotten. And that's just where it's going to live. It's a limited card. And I don't have much else to say about it other than that. But yeah, I think, there's the possibility that the blue sees play, but I think that's you might as well just play the Withering Shot or whatever.
I'll mirror that. I think that there's enough, especially for just Ranger 1 for 5s that already exist, that you probably don't have to care about this. If you wanted something that has aim counter synergy, I think you'd just play one of the other shots that you aren't already. So I think you're right.
What does Spire Sniping do?
So this is actually one of the cards that I would probably play over Skybound Shot if you were considering it. This is another 1 for 5 that blocks for 3, another arrow attack. When Spire Sniping is put or turned face up in Arsenal, look at the top 2 cards of your deck, then put them back in any order. So similar to, there's an arrow that opts that I can't remember the name of right now. So similar to that, kind of nice that it doesn't just have to be put in face up. So it still works with Barbed Castaway. Gives you the ability to, especially with Azalea, try to make sure that there's a relevant card to dominate on the top of your deck. And at its base is also still just a 1 for 5. So not bad by any means. Pretty average in terms of arrows. Does have a nice effect though. Probably mostly sees play in limited. So for that, probably mid stale, maybe low stale even. But it's certainly not like bad. It's just because there's so many 1 for 5 arrows already that they need to be really impactful for them to be considered.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, I could see maybe it sneaking into Azalea just for the ability to look. But I'd probably like mid stale to low stale as well. You know, fine card, but nothing too exciting. Next we have Widowmaker. It's a 1 for 4 arrow at the red, blocks 3. Defense reactions can't be played to Widowmaker's chain link, and if Widowmaker is defended by fewer than 2 cards, it has +3. So it could be 1 for 7. Kind of force a bit of a block here. I don't know if there's anything that's going to really push this over. Maybe anti-fatigue stuff because they play a lot of defense reactions. You know, I could see maybe if Riptide becomes a real problem, other Rangers throwing this in, or even Riptide playing it in the mirror. I'm pretty low on it. I think it's probably a mid stale to low stale. It's not a bad card by any means, and maybe has some sideboard capability, but I just don't think it's really going to be breaking any ground here.
Yeah, I think you're probably correct. I do like the text of, you know, it's the very much the brute sort of buff. That's kind of what I consider the if this is defended by fewer than 2 cards, it gains a buff because there are so many brute cards that do that. But so it's really interesting to see it on a Ranger card. Obviously, I like the defense reactions can't be played. Works really nicely against Riptide specifically. But yeah, in terms of just like a big dumb attack that deals damage, obviously again I'm very biased, but Infecting Shot kind of does the same amount of damage, regardless of if it's blocked by fewer than 2 cards.
Yeah, hey, listen, I'm going to agree with you there. We're both Infecting Shot stands in this house. So yeah, well, that's going to do it for the Ranger specific cards. All right, buddy. Well, we have reached the hybrid section of Outsiders. Now, for those of you at home who don't know, hybrid is a new thing to Flesh and Blood. It basically it can be played by 2 classes, whatever classes is named. We're going to start here with Assassin and Ninja. You know, they're completely playable in either. It actually opens up a lot of things for limited, but it also opens a ton up for constructed deck building, which is very exciting. And the first one's pretty cool. And I want to give you the floor here, Bill, to talk about our first hybrid legendary.
Yeah, so this card is super cool. This is the Assassin Ninja arms equipment. So the gloves for Assassin and Ninja, legendary. And they're called Flick Knives. And it has once per turn attack reaction, pays 0, target dagger you control that isn't on the active chain link, deals 1 damage to target hero. If damage is dealt this way, the dagger has hit, destroy the dagger. Then it has 1 defense and blade break. So something that was actually, I think, part of one of the release notes for Outsiders was there was going to be basically a deck or like a strategy put together that you could sort of do like a knife throwing type of deck where you have a bunch of daggers that remain in your equipment, like your sideboard, and you're able to basically reload them during the game and just keep flicking daggers at people for, you know, their on-hit effects, extra damage that's harder to block, that sort of thing. And this is the way that you would do that. We'll see sort of as we go on that there are kind of precious few ways to get multiple daggers. You can probably do a maximum of like 4 total within a game. But this is the baseline for like a sort of like a knife juggling assassin or ninja, which I'm super hyped about. I think this card is really cool. It's really flavorful. And it's sneaky. because this is the sort of thing where if you get to late game and you got your opponent in Kodachi range, this is like a guaranteed way to get that damage through. It like pretty much solidifies the end game. So yeah, for the deck that this sort of creates, I think that this is fresh to death. Also just card design and flavor, super fresh to death. Whether or not, I think that this is better for Assassin than it is for Ninja. Because like we were talking about previously with all the new daggers that Assassin has access to, they all have really impactful and sort of situational on-hit effects, and this does trigger those if they are able to do the damage. So having access to those at any point in time is probably going to be pretty good and can lead to some pretty tricky plays. So
yeah, this card is awesome for a lot of reasons. Mostly it is something that really we don't even have ever seen, really, right? And and it's like the first time we're seeing like, hey, break something to get an on hit. I mean, we've seen like break your stuff with like, I think cash out or whatever, yeah. But that was just create tokens or whatever. This is pretty crazy because it kind of opens up a whole new way to play Assassin, which didn't really have an arm piece, which is cool. Currently, I don't know if it's really what Ninja wants to do until it gets probably some better dagger. I mean, obviously Kodachis are probably the best daggers in the game, or easily the best daggers in the game. But is this what you want to be doing in your combo deck? I don't know. But Assassin is really cool because you get those cool on hits that we had talked about earlier, and I think it's going to perform fresh to death there because they don't really have a better option, and it opens up some really cool lines to kind of just make things hit, which is what Assassin wants to do, which is cool. But the next card we have here is Mask of Shifting Perspectives. This is an Assassin Ninja equipment headpiece. It has 1 defense. It is a common. It has blade break and attack reaction. Destroy it. Whenever a dagger hits this turn, you may put a card from your hand on the bottom of your deck. If you do, draw a card. This is neat, but it's certainly a limited card, right? We have a lot of these in a draft set, and really cool to kind of fix your hand bit and block. But outside of that, we have way better options for both Assassin and Ninja, and it's a rotten for constructed.
Yeah. This is competing for space in against 2 really, really good headpieces in both classes. I mean, we have Mask of Momentum and Mask of Perdition that this is really vying for space with in constructed. The effect is really cool. The fact that it's just whenever a dagger hits this turn, I think is interesting. But yeah, I think you're absolutely right. This is very much just a limited card to maybe help unbrick some hands to sort of get you through the game. So. Yeah, probably not going to make any waves.
Unfortunately, but hey, listen, a lot of these limited cards could find some kind of life in Blitz. For
sure.
Or just budget stuff, commoner, whatever.
Yeah, commoner, exactly.
Next we have Blade Cuff, if you want to talk about that one.
Yeah, for sure. So this is the 3rd Assassin / Ninja equipment. This is another arms piece. It's the common. And blocks for 1, has blade break, and it also has action. Pay 2 resources, destroy this. Your daggers gain +1 attack this turn. So similar effect to Gallantry Gold from Monarch that buffs, I think, just your one-handed weapons, but just for daggers. Again, probably limited, not a horrendous budget option for Assassins if you just can't get the flick knives, because really they don't have many options. I think I've seen a lot of people that were running just Iron Rot because there really just wasn't an option that was good for Assassin. This is strictly better than Iron Rot. It's not super impressive, but sometimes you just need an extra 1 damage. I do think this is pretty much mostly for limited, but I could see people bringing this to an armory if they, I'm not going to say that people don't deserve to play because they can't afford flick knives. It's totally fine. It sits where it needs to, and it's again not going to be impressive. I would say probably low stale to be generous. But just starting to fill out that space that assassin sort of needs.
For sure. I'm going to go ahead and agree with low stale. Certainly a fine replacement for flick knives. And I mean, if you don't want to be throwing your daggers, do this. This is kind of cool. So, hey, it's a good effect. So, and it's worth noting that those knives have piercing, or the daggers have piercing. This puts them at 2. Most things block, or most things will break that break point of the equipment with the piercing, which is not nothing. So
yeah, it is relevant, especially because they all have on hits. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah. And next we have Stab Wound, which is our first majestic here for the Assassin Ninja hybrids. It is a blue 0 cost, 2 attack, 3 defense attack action card. When this hits a hero, they lose X life, where X is the number of times a dagger has hit this combat chain. So here is our first indicator of, hey, listen, this is an archetype, right? Beyond just flick knives. This is something that maybe you want to build towards. And this is a nice little payoff, right? Because the knives make it harder to block already if you have hit with them. So it's just kind of, you're eating good if Stab Wound comes in, and then you get access to really cool attack reactions, stuff like that push through the damage even more. I think this card is very cool. I don't know if it's amazing. I think it's probably a low fresh. It's something that can be telegraphed to a certain extent, and if the knives that hit don't affect the cards that you're blocking with, doesn't even matter. So that's where I'm at with it.
Yeah, it's kind of in an interesting spot, especially because kind of the top end for this, outside of breaking both of your daggers, like hitting with both of them and then breaking both of them with flick knives into Stab Wound, that kind of makes the ceiling on this like a 0 for 6 after a decent amount of setup, which, like, a 0 for 6 obviously isn't something I'm going to scoff at, but it does require you to not only have hit with your 2 low attack daggers, but then also break them. So it's a pretty late game sort of play if that's something you're looking to do. It is just a blue 0 cost that blocks for 3. As we were mentioning, that's just a good stat line especially for Ninja. Feels like something that Assassin would probably want as well. Most of their stuff costs a decent amount of resources, so having additional resource cards that kind of do stuff in the late game isn't bad. But yeah, I think probably low fresh, maybe high stale, but I think I'm going to settle at low fresh for this one. It'll be fine.
Yeah, and actually something that I'm thinking about now is, what if, this could be something that Kadachi Fi would really like, right? Yeah. These really long combat chains where, your opponent, like, this is a great finisher in that long combat chain. So not for nothing, something to think about. But the next one's really cool. What does Concealed Blade do?
Yeah, so this is one that I kind of alluded to when I was talking about flick knives. This is an Assassin Ninja attack reaction, one of the Majestics. It is a blue, costs 0 and blocks for 3, which, like we've said, just a good stat line for specifically Ninja cards. And it's an attack reaction that says target Assassin or Ninja attack action card gains +1 attack, and when this hits, equip a dagger from your inventory. So this was the sort of, this is right now kind of the only payoff, kind of a spoiler, but really the only payoff that we have for the Knife Juggler Flick Knives deck. This is the only card that allows you to, like I've been using the terminology, to reload daggers after you've used some, to bring some others out so that you can flick them later. I think this card is totally fine. In fact, quite good if people do want to play around, especially flick knives. It allows you to utilize the effect prior to the very end game, so you don't feel quite as punished for trying to utilize it early. And also the really, really nice thing about specifically with an Assassin is this can pull out your choice of an additional dagger. So if you need a specific type of on-hit effect, then you're able to go for, the Orbitoclast or the Scale Peeler or whatever. If you didn't start with that, then you still have access to it later. So really cool, really flexible effect, and just a great stat line for a card. So I would say, this is probably a high fresh for me. Like it's pretty good. I would say more so in Assassin than Ninja. I would love to be proven wrong for that, because this also means that you can run multiple Kodachis. You can just run like 3 Kodachis total, one in your sideboard, and just bring one of those in at a moment's notice. But yeah, just an interesting card and an interesting design space for something we haven't really seen prior to now.
Yeah, I think this is. You can correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's the second time we've seen reference to using your inventory. I think Taylor, the
Yes.
the hero card, is probably the only one I can think of. But this is really cool, and certainly going to live in Assassin for now. And I want to repeat that sentiment. That I hope there is a Ninja deck that really likes this, because it sounds awesome. But it makes the whole Flick Knives strategy kind of come together, and it's a blue that blocks 3, and also lets your things hit, because it gives +1 for free, which is just really good. Very high fresh, bordering fresh to death. Probably it's going to be very important in the Assassin deck. Now the next card here is, I think, in the running for best art in the set, and it is also a namesake of a great movie. It is Knives Out. It is a blue 0-cost Assassin Ninja attack reaction, blocks 3, and it says your daggers gain +1 this turn. This is yet another really decent blue to play in the Assassin deck that cares about the daggers. And that's pretty much it. I think it's just super solid. I mentioned before, much like Blade Cuff, kind of puts those daggers at that 2 mark with piercing, which is a lot scarier. And it's also just very low cost to play this in your Assassin deck. Ninja, it's bordering on not so great, probably like high stale if you really care about it. I mean, sure, it's a blue 0-cost, blocks 3. There's always that, as we've said many times in this review. But also, since we've said it many times, there's also a lot of options. So
Yeah.
I like Knives Out in the Assassin deck as just a solid fresh.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. I could see this being played in Ninja just because, Kodachis are such a central game plan, but I do think that there are just likely going to be better options. I think that for now, these hybrid cards, at least the ones that we've seen until now, do feel like they're more assassin coded than they are ninja coded. So I like Knives Out as just a solid fresh card in Assassin specifically. Again, like I could see this one being played more than the other 2 in Ninja, but I don't think that's saying a whole lot, honestly, overall. But yeah, best art in the set. It reminds me of, for any listeners that have played Majora's Mask, there's a mask in that game, the Garo mask, that looks like this dude's setup, and it just gives me good vibes. Big fan.
Yeah, I mean, that is spot on, actually. God, I just love that so much. I hope it's a playmat at some point. I mean, that would be so sick. Now, what does Bleed Out do?
Yeah, so we're going from Knives Out to Bleed Out. This is a hybrid Assassin Ninja attack action. This is the first rare hybrid card that we're going to be talking about, at least for action cards. It comes in all 3 colors. It costs 2. We're talking about the red here. It attacks for 4 and blocks for 2. And then it also reads, Bleed Out costs X resource points less to play, where X is the total damage you've dealt with daggers this combat chain, and then it has go again. So realistically, the high end of this is it becomes a scar for a scar if you've hit with both daggers, which sounds like not fantastic, but at the same time, it's a super common, specifically ninja line to go Kodachi, Kodachi, other thing. So this, like, that's not irrelevant. Being able to just have that sort of really easy, almost like a combo, to put out 6 damage for 2 resources, really, feels like maybe less of a good prospect for Assassin, just because attacking with Assassin daggers does cost so much. Like, this is, you have to sink in 4 resources already to get a 2 cost discount on this 4 attack with Go Again. Just feels like you could probably be doing better things with your time. Again, certainly not like bad, but I also think not great from just what we've seen thus far. So I'd say this is probably solidly stale. I think it has a spot, but I don't know if the spot that it has is good.
Yeah, it's kind of suffering from the idea that well, we have a bunch of like really potent assassin cards already, and Ninja has already, you know, had this nice kind of card pool that it's been playing with. So it's hard to justify something that might not even be the 0 for 4 to block, you know, Go Again. So I'm probably like low stale. I could see maybe a world in like as the daggers kind of continue to be supported. But until then, I don't think so. But it is kind of our indicator here that, hey, this is the Assassin Ninja common theme, daggers.
Yeah.
You know, it's showing us one thing. So very neat. So next thing we have is Hurl, which is also going to reference daggers, of course. This is it comes in all 3 colors, is a rare. It costs 0, and at the red it attacks for 3, blocks for 2. It's a Assassin Ninja attack action card. Has Go Again, and as an additional cost to play Hurl, you may pay 1. When you do, it gains when this attacks, target dagger you control deals 1 damage to target hero. If damage is dealt this way, the dagger has hit, destroy the dagger. So this is flick knives on a stick. And I could see yet another reason. I could see the seeing play if you're all in on that. This is kind of cool because you don't have to pay it, right? You can just go 0 for 3, Go Again, which is fine. And then on top of that, you have the option to flick your knife at your opponent, which is good. I like this card. It's probably like a high stale, low fresh, but I still like that this exists.
Yeah, I'm very much in the same boat. Again, this is sort of one of this plus flick knives really feel like the engine for this blade, this like knife juggler archetype that I think they might try to build into at some point. It feels like there's a lot of foundation here, but not a lot of engine. Like they have the ability here to throw daggers at people, but it's a very limited amount of daggers, and it's not easy to get new ones in. So I think that when that sort of deck becomes a thing, this is probably going to be a really important piece. But as it is right now, it's like, if you do want that effect, I think this is the card that you would play, but it's whether or not that deck is good enough to really leverage that as much. So I mean, the baseline is fine. It's like it's like a 1 for 4 with split damage, which makes it really annoying in the late game for sure. For that, like, I think maybe even the blue is the best version of this card, because you really do want that sort of over the top damage with this type of effect. But yeah, I think I'm probably high stale as well.
Yeah. That's a great point with the blue too. I think that, because, ideally, I think you don't want to throw your knives till the end of the game, pitch the blue, get it late, it makes sense. What does Plunge do?
So Plunge is the first common attack that we're going to be looking at here. This is another hybrid Assassin Ninja attack. Costs 1, the red attacks for 3, so the yellow would be 2, blue would be 1. Blocks for 2, and it reads, when this hits, your next dagger attack this turn gains +1, and then it has Go Again. Honestly, of the attacks that we've seen thus far, I think that this is like the most generically playable one. It's obviously like a little bit weird sometimes to weave this into a turn. I think that this is going to be a really annoying card to play against in limited for sure. Just because, like we were saying previously with something like Concealed Blade or Knives Out or even Blade Cuff, pumping up your dagger to, 2, especially with piercing to make it more awkward to block, is something that's relevant. And this does that on a stick, on just an annoying attack. So yeah, I don't think that this card is horrendous. I think this card is, again, probably easier to play than even something like Bleed Out. I think you have more of a reason to play this type of effect. So for that, I honestly might even rate this as like fresh. It's just, yeah, I know. It's just generically playable in both assassin and ninja. Like it's not something that really supersedes like combo lines or anything that's specifically stealth or contract related. But it's a simple enough effect that gets you kind of where you need to go. That I think it's fine. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna stick with fresh. I'll be controversial.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I'm probably high stale on this. I agree with a lot of what you said. I do like the fact that it's a really nice little 2-card hand. Pitch a blue, play this, attack with your dagger right after, which is nice. Or even both Kodachis after you play the plunge. But that being said, I think that it's suffering from, hey, there's better options, but it's something. Well, it's going to be really, like you said, really annoying in limited, but it's cool. I like this stuff. It's unfortunate that Ninja doesn't really have the extra daggers that Assassin got. It would have been nice to get a little bit like something, but that being said, pretty cool. Next we have short and sharp. Hold your jokes, folks. This one's a little weird.
That was my nickname in high school.
Because you're so smart, Bill. Anyway, Jesus Christ. And, this is a common, comes in all 3 colors. It is a Assassin Ninja attack reaction. It blocks for 2. It costs 1. The red says choose 1. Target dagger attack gains +3, or target attack action with 2 or less base attack gains +3. It's fine. I don't know. I mean, it's like Razor Reflex, just better. I think in every single way, as far as I can tell. I mean, I guess you could have a attack action card with 2 or less base attack that costs more than 1. But I don't know if you want to be playing that kind of card. To me, this is a limited only trick for this set. It works completely in that world, and I would say it's rotten for constructed.
Yeah. This is basically just a limited version for this set of Razor Reflex. Something that is specific to the class that isn't miserable to play against like Razor Reflex is sometimes, especially with, what we've seen in this set where there are a ton of very low cost things that don't inherently have go again sometimes. I think Razor Reflex as a reprint would have been way too strong for the limited environment. So this was just kind of a necessary evil. Not to say that it is evil, even though attack reactions sometimes get that ire from people. But yeah, like totally fine for limited, probably rotten for constructed. I don't think this makes the cut.
100%. Now, what does Mask of Malicious Manifestations do?
Whew, other than be a tongue twister. It's the first assassin/ranger hybrid card that we're looking at here. This is a headpiece. It has 1 defense with Blade Break, and it also has action. Pay a resource, put a card from your hand or arsenal on the bottom of your deck and destroy this. Reveal cards from the top of your deck until you reveal an attack action card, put it into your hand, then shuffle, and it has go again. So I remember looking at this and being honestly like, as close to impressed as I could be for what is, like, as we've sort of mentioned, a very contentious slot for equipment for both classes here. Because again, it is a headpiece. At this point, the headpiece equipment slot is getting pretty bloated. There are a lot of options, and there are also the big dogs. There are the good ones that really I don't think are going to be unseated anytime soon. But this does like a pretty good job as like a budget option, at least, of sort of fixing the ranger problem of, sometimes you draw all of your buffs and you just don't have action on your turn. This guaranteed changes one of the cards in your hand into an attack of some variety. It may not always be a good attack or the attack that you want, but it is, better than just having nothing to do on your turn. I think that this is going to be important for limited as well, just to prevent the ranger effect from kicking in a sort of a less controlled environment. But I could honestly see this as like a budget option that people run, just as that one extra piece of consistency to make sure that you don't have those off turns that just murder you when you're playing ranger. Yeah. So, yeah, I like this card. I think it's pretty okay. I would say probably I would honestly, because I can see it as like a reasonable budget option, like if somebody sat down across from me with this at an armory, I wouldn't really think that much about it. So I'd say like low fresh for specifically for like a budget option. I think it is suspiciously good.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I'm not quite as high on it. I'm probably solidly stale. However, I am picturing it in Ranger, Blitz, pop your Blossom of Spring, activate this, get whatever you need, and then you have your whole hand. You have a 5-card hand. Or no, you don't get the 5-card hand, but you get to still have your 4-card hand to do whatever you need to do, big buff Azalea attack that has dominate or whatever. But it could live there. I 100% agree, and it's certainly a great budget option. The next card we have is a little bit more simple to say than the last one is Toxic Tips, which is that one's just fun. But how is the effect is what folks are going to ask. It is an Assassin Ranger equipment arm piece. It blocks for 1. It is a common, and it has Blade Break. It has action. You can pay 1 and destroy it. The next attack action card you play this turn gains when this hits a hero, create a Frailty, Inertia, or Blood Rot token Pox under their control. A Pox token. I switched it there. And then it has to go again. I think this is actually probably a really cool option for Ranger, right? Ranger has, I think it's totally up in the air in terms of how you're building Ranger, what you play in the arm slot. And I think this is one that, we've talked about how good these tokens can really be. And basically having the option to choose is even better, right? And kind of like, well, the Blood Rot Pox is not going to do anything. But Inertia is really going to screw them up, or Frailty is really going to ruin their turn. So I actually like this at like a low fresh. I think it could see play in some sideboards here.
I definitely agree. The one sort of main contention for a lot of the cards that create these is that they're specific cards that are locked into a specific type of token. So like for the 3 shots that we have, Infecting, Sedation, and Withering, it is like this card makes that token specifically, and it locks them in, and that sort of dictates their playability. Toxic Tips can, always be a Blood Rot, or it can be a Frailty or Inertia, depending on what the situation is. And I think the flexibility honestly makes it pretty good. I'm definitely going to agree with you that this is just like a nice option. The fact as well that you don't have to name it up front, and you can just, you can be like, okay, I'm going to attack you. And then your opponent has that in their mind, like, oh God, like I can deal with this, but I can't deal with this sort of thing. I don't know. It's just another level of mind games that I'm a big fan of. It's something that I've mentioned a lot. So yeah, definitely low fresh. Like the flexibility is something that I think a lot of people are going to appreciate about this card specifically.
Yeah, totally. This is a very cool arm piece and budget as well, which we love.
Yeah.
Can you tell us what the codex? Just tell us about all three codexes. These cards are so cool. I want you to tell me about them.
Oh, you are too kind. The codexes I'm so excited for, and I'm so excited to see what the Marvel version of the non-frailty codexes look like, because that one we've already seen. We haven't seen the other two, but we'll start off here with Codex of Bloodrot, and all three of these have sort of very similar effects, but differing in their own specific way. So starting with Codex of Bloodrot, it is majestic, so it only comes in yellow, costs 0, and blocks for 2. And it reads, each hero puts a card from their hand face down into their arsenal, and then create a Ponder token under your control and a Bloodrot Pox token under each opponent's control, and then it has go again. The frailty version is very much the same. Pitches for 2, costs 0, blocks for 2, has go again, and it reads, each hero puts an attack action card from their graveyard face down into their arsenal. Each hero that does discards a card, and then you get a Ponder token and they get a frailty token. So for all three of these, you get a Ponder token and your opponent gets whatever token is named in the card. And then finally, inertia allows you to put the top card of your deck. Each hero, puts the top card of their deck face down into their arsenal, and then each hero that does discards a card. So 3 different ways to get a card into your arsenal. It's a symmetrical effect that allows your opponent to do the same thing, but has a measured downside for them, in that you get a Ponder token, which kind of puts you like neutral or slightly ahead on each of these exchanges, and then your opponent gets, I think that the Bloodrot Pox one is, again, as we've mentioned, Bloodrot Pox is just kind of crazy. Something that I like about specifically frailty and inertia, the line that requires each hero to discard a card if they take advantage of the effect is not a cost. So if this is the last card in your hand, you just don't have to discard a card, and just puts you even farther ahead. I am going to say, honestly, all 3 of these are really, really good in their own way, and I think playing all 3 of them is not incorrect. I'm just going to say, blanket fresh to death. These are all super cool and just crazy. The fact that frailty is recursion and allows you to get back a specific attack is super relevant in Ranger. Inertia is kind of, like I said, card advantage, because it kind of draws a card for you by putting your top card in. And then Codex of Bloodrot is pseudo intimidate sometimes, because it's not optional. So your opponent has to put a card from their hand face down if their arsenal is empty. So just really, really neat. Well designed. I'm looking forward to playing all of these.
I am going to agree. Also worth noting, I believe that they all, you don't have an option as long as you don't have something in your arsenal.
That's true, actually. Yeah.
So the other 2 will make your opponent's discard. If the effect happens for them, if they had an empty arsenal, and you also get the benefit of knowing what they're putting into their arsenal. I think frailty here is the real, the best one, and
yep.
and I know that we were kind of poo-pooing frailty and inertia earlier, and then I think by the end of us getting to the end of Ranger, we're like, actually, you know what? All of them are pretty good in their own ways. And frailty is pretty incredible because your opponent puts something into their arsenal and it's already weaker, right? Mm-hmm. And on their turn. And there's so many cool things you could do. I think Riptide really loves these. And I think Riptide is really going to make the most use out of them. Inertia is really cool. Inertia is my favorite art of the 3. Whatever the blue goo is that they're using in all the inertia art, I don't want to know what it is, but it looks cool and I'm happy about it. These cards are fresh to death. They're just so cool. I can't wait for the Marvels too. Yes. Oh God. I think we're so only just beginning to understand what we can do with these cards.
Yep. Yeah. The design is, I think, very specifically pretty open. And yeah, I'm so glad that they revealed Codex of Frailty first, because it just allowed us to think about this card the most out of all three. And again, the fact that it's recursion, the fact that the frailty interacts with the fact that they're guaranteed putting an attack into their arsenal, like, it's so well designed, it's so cool, and it's so powerful. God, they're so cool.
You know, I've been
Same.
playing with these quite a bit in the past couple of days, and it's something that, like, I keep forgetting that I get the Ponder too, and I'm like, oh wow, this is even better, right? It's just like, it's so cool. God, A+ LSS on these ones. These are just like cool. They don't feel like unfair or anything like that, but just very cool and very good. Yeah, fresh to death. And next we have a card called Death Touch, which is a rare Assassin Ranger attack action. Comes in all three colors. The red is a 1-cost 6 attack that blocks for 2. It can't be played from hand. So this is, I think, something that we're going to see kind of a common thread for some attacks here in Assassin Ranger. They kind of have the arrow text, but they're not arrows. And when this hits a hero, create a Frailty, Inertia, or Bloodrot Pox token under their control. I like this quite a bit. First of all, the red is a popper, and it's a good effect. Riptide can just load this pretty easily. You can load it with your codexes. It has a lot of really neat uses. I think the blue's even worth playing in some decks if that's what you want to do. It's a potent 4 breakpoint with a decent on hit. So I'm kind of into this card. I think it's a solid fresh. I don't think it's going to perform beyond that, because it does have the restriction of having to be played from Arsenal. But that being said, certainly good, and I think some decks are really going to like it.
I definitely agree. I think this is going to be a pretty relevant sort of additional payoff for Azuri as well, to flip a stealth card into this, because you aren't playing it from hand. It now becomes just a random 6-cost attack that, if it wasn't blocked properly, gives them your choice of a token. Again, the flexibility, like I was talking about with Toxic Tips, is really, really good here. So yeah, I think solid fresh for these. Even the blue, taking into account the Bloodrot Pox, is a 1 for 6. I think that this is another good one, and the flexibility is fantastic. So yeah, big fan.
Yeah, huge fan. Awesome art. Can't wait to play with that card. Especially, limited. It's going to be an all-star, but but constructed fresh. What does toxicity do?
This card's kind of crazy. Also great song. But so this is the hybrid Assassin Ranger action. It's a non-attack action. It comes in all three colors, costs 0, blocks for 2. And the effect here is the next Assassin or Ranger attack action card you play this turn gains. When this hits a hero, they lose 5 life, which goes to 4 in the yellow and 3 in the blue. So I think the way that a lot of people are kind of thinking about this card is the red is a 0 for 5 with Go Again, kind of, which is a very good rate, especially considering the amount of the attack reactions that we've seen to make sure that something hits. This essentially guarantees that even if you can get 1 damage over, it is them taking 6, at least for the red. So I think that this is just a really, really crazy damage option, very, very, very aggressive, and I kind of like it. It's a little bit awkward that it doesn't quite work with Azuri, because obviously once you flip the stealth card into something else, it will no longer have the effect. But yeah, I think that this card is very strong, very just big muscle punch you. And yeah, I think that this is a solid fresh. It is nice that it works well with Riptide, because you can play this and load in a Death Touch and then fire it off, and you're potentially dealing 13 damage if it's the red.
Yeah.
So just kind of cool.
Yeah. I mean, this card's scary. This might be one of the scariest cards, especially like in terms of its rarity.
Yeah.
The fact, I mean, this is when I look at this, I'm like, this is Azalea's dream, right? Dominate something, and it has this tagged onto it, and you're not having a great time. And you mentioned the Riptide ability. Riptide doesn't really have the evasion that Azalea has built in. So I think it will perform better in Azalea, but it's something worth looking at for Riptide just because it loads for free. And yeah, this card's scary. I love the art. Also, I just want to go back real quick to a Ranger card that I think I don't think we gave it its good justice real quick. As I thought about it more, Spire Sniping, I think is the real business in Azalea. Like, I think Fresh to Death in Azalea. Just being able to look at those two cards. I think we're so like in Riptide brain right now.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. But I think it's worth noting.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that is tough because when we're looking at these, especially now for the hybrid ones, we're technically thinking about 4 heroes, at least just from this set.
Yeah.
So very, very different playstyles for those. But yeah, no, being able to look at 2 cards in Azalea is fantastic. I mean, she even just likes opting 1.
Yeah.
And the fact, again, that it's put or turned face up for Skullbone Crosswrap, like it lets you kind of opt 3, which is sick.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I think that's totally right. And I think that Toxicity does probably perform better in Azalea because you have just easy access to Dominate. Like when I was playing against the on hits that he was getting off on that he was getting off on his effects were more like, it was still Deadeye, it was Seek and Destroy, it was stuff like that, which is still impactful. But if you can guarantee 5 life, especially at like the late game, this means that the floor for what lethal range is for Azalea has moved up quite a bit.
And correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think this is preventable. This is just lose life. This isn't.
It's just lose life. Yeah.
Wow.
It's not damage.
Very scary. Very, very scary. Very cool too. I like that card quite a bit, and I'm also not going to like it when it's played against me. The next card is very cool, and it's Post Malone. The card. It's Virulent Touch. Yeah. The person who's unfortunately getting completely destroyed in the art. Kind of looks like Post Malone. Yeah. Sorry about that, Posty. This is an assassin.
Kind of does.
It's Assassin Ranger attack action card. Comes in all 3 colors. It's a common. It's a 0 for 4 at the red and blocks 2. It can't be played from hand, just like Death Touch. And when this chain link resolves, if Virulent Touch is defended by a card from hand, create a Bloodrot Pox token under the defending hero's control. I like this card quite a bit, actually. I think this is something that Riptide really likes. You load this and fire it off. You only have to pay a resource, right? And your opponent's like, do I take 4? Do I accept the Bloodrot Pox? What do I do here? And I think it's just very efficient, and it's going to play very well. So I think it's probably like a low to solid fresh for me.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. The fact that this is kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't type card means that again, especially in the type of play that Riptide seems to want to go to, which is sort of play towards the late game, this makes things just incredibly awkward for your opponent to potentially present them with either a Bloodrot Pox or just this dinky attack that doesn't really feel great to block, but is still a relevant amount of damage to just take to the dome. So yeah, I would say fresh for this one. This one is just a solidly good option for this type of effect.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we have our last little cycle of traps, which are Assassin Ranger. Do you want to talk about all three of them? Because they're, it's a cycle again.
Yeah, might as well. So yeah, these are kind of interesting. Riptide's specializations were all blues, and then the other ranger traps were all yellows, and then these ranger assassin traps are all reds. And they all cost 0. They all block for 3. There is Blood Rot trap, Frailty trap, and Inertia trap. And Blood Rot is when this defends and the attacking hero has played or activated a reaction this chain link, you create a Blood Rot box under their control. Frailty is if this defends an attack with Go Again, create a Frailty token under the attacking hero's control. And then Inertia Trap is when this defends an attack with power equal or power greater than its base, they get an Inertia token. So the cycle of defense reactions, each of them care about a specific condition. There are only 3 conditions that you really have to worry about for these ones, and we sort of saw those throughout all of them. Funnily enough, for the other ones that we were talking about, where the Blood Rot one was just like super good, although Collapsing Trap I think is the Inertia one, or like this sort of block condition.
The Go Again.
It's the Go Again one. So similar to, actually that's the Frailty sort of text, according to this at least. I think the Blood Rot one is maybe the one that's going to activate the least, because again, this is they have to have played or activated an attack reaction, or sorry, just a reaction at all, which isn't unheard of, especially in limited, but just in general for constructed, I feel like that's going to activate less often than normal. Which means that Frailty and Inertia are likely going to be the ones that actually trigger. And, if like these are traps, so Riptide makes them deal an additional damage as well if you're able to get the effects. So definitely nothing wrong with those. I think that these are obviously less exciting than the other ones, but also these are the commons. So they can't all be absolutely bonkers insane. I think they're fine. I'm not upset with any one of them, and I think that the deck will need probably some amount of these in probably less than 3s. I'm probably looking at like 1s or 2s for these ones, just because they don't pitch as well and that sort of thing. But I would say these range anywhere from probably mid-stale to fresh, just depending on again situations. It's kind of hard to evaluate these ones, just because they are so situational, but they're defense reactions, they're traps, they all have relevant effects. It's kind of hard to be super mad at them.
Yeah, I agree. I think I'm probably like low fresh on them, but in the sideboard, I think that's where they're going to live. It's kind of nice that Assassin has the ability to use them. I don't know how much they will. They feel a lot better when you're getting a damage off of them with Riptide and being able to load from hand or whatever. It is, I would say low fresh. I think they're going to be sideboard options, and they're also very meta dependent, right? If the meta feels right for them, you're going to play them. If it doesn't, you're going to feel like an idiot if it's a wizard meta. And you have these in your sideboard. You're just like, I wish I had blues or something. But certainly cool, and Riptide's not happy or not unhappy to have these as options. So very cool. Next we have our last legendary, and it's generic. We're into the generics, buddy. This is Vambrace. Sorry, not Vambrace. Think about Remembrance. Vambrace of Determination. This is a generic equipment. Arms has 0 block. It has a once per turn attack reaction. Pay 1. The next prevention effect that prevents damage this turn prevents 1 less of that damage. And then it also has, when this defends, you may pay 1. If you do, it gains +1 and Blade Break. So this is the card that LSS said, don't worry about Crown of Seeds. We got something coming down the pipes. I don't know if this is good enough for Crown of Seeds, but hey, listen, I think a lot of folks were kind of off of Crown of Seeds initially, and then look what happened. It's like one of the best cards in the game, and I'm looking at this card, and it is useful, and we'll see if it's good enough. I think there's really no cost to like putting it in your sideboard, and we'll see how it plays out. But my initial reaction is like very high fresh, and we had also talked about ward and spectral shield, so maybe that's even something as well. So I could see this having a lot of usefulness, like a sideboard legendary for the rest of this game's existence. And it's also nice. I don't think this is ever going to be so good that they're going to be like, well, we need to ban this legendary. Crown of Seeds is getting the chop before that.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is, it has reaction on it, but this is definitely more of a reaction legendary, in that it's more of a sideboard option. It's not going to be something that's super relevant in every matchup, or honestly, even most matchups. But the matchups where this is good, I know a lot of people have been talking about like the Oldhim matchups for specifically Crown of Seeds and even his own built-in defense reaction. Just being able to do that, and get through a specific on hit that you need, I think is totally fine. I know I've been saying this a lot for cards that we've seen, but I am glad that this is a legendary generic arm piece that just isn't the new thing that every deck runs, because we already have so many examples of LSS sort of doing that with, especially Tunic, with Crown of Providence, and before that, Arcanite Skullcap. They've finally made a generic arm piece that I don't think is going to fit within that same sort of area where, not every deck is going to want to run this. It is very much a sideboard card, but I do think it's impactful in the sideboard situations. So I think that it is a sideboard high fresh for me. It is probably going to be the replacement for something like Gambler's Gloves, which every single deck list that I run across just has a Gambler's Gloves in there just in case they come across the Brute matchup. And this probably fills that sort of what if spot. And I like the power level for this. I'm glad that it's not just a hyper aggressive, no thought legendary.
Yeah, totally. And yeah, I think this card's gonna end up being just like, I think we're all gonna be just happy to have the option to have this. And I really love the art, to be honest. It's really striking.
It's really pretty.
Do you want to talk about the Seeker kind of arsenal of equipments?
Yeah. So we have a full cycle for all 4 equipment slots: head, shoulders, knees, and arms, for the Seekers. So there's Seeker's Hood, Seeker's gilet, Seeker's Mitts, and Seeker's Leggings. They have no inherent block value, but they all have, at instant speed, you can pay a resource and destroy this to prevent the next 1 damage that would be dealt to your hero this turn, and then also opt 1. So kind of like a one-time use ward, because it does work on obviously physical or arcane damage. It also relevantly works against the damage that something like Flick Knives would do, because normally that type of damage is pretty hard to interact with. Ward, or not ward. Well, yeah, ward, but also the quell pieces of equipment as well help to sort of do those. This sort of does that duty 1 time and then also gives you a free opt on top, which I'm never upset for an opt. I think these are fine. I think that these fit into sort of a space between Ironrot and Ironhide. Obviously the Ironrot, if you just want to prevent 1 physical damage, the Ironrot's better because it's free, which better is a very subjective term in this in this comparison. But the fact that it is just prevent 1 damage of any type and then also opt 1, I think these are all solid. I think they're going to be, a budget option that people look at for just things going forward. This may, even because these are more flexible, may spell the death of Ironrot stuff. You might not have a reason to really play those anymore moving forward. Not that people really did, but I think that just goes to speak to commoner and budget options as a whole are just getting a little bit stronger and a little bit more flexible. So I like these. I think they're at the very bare minimum just kind of high stale, low fresh, that sort of bordering zone, because I don't think any of them are inherently bad. They're obviously not super exciting for most constructed, but like top end of like 100% constructed decks are definitely not the only thing that I should be keeping in mind. So
yeah, I think I enjoy that they exist. They're certainly for limited, right? We have Riptide that's going to be dealing 1 damage off of his traps. I could see Icelander putting Seeker's Mitts in instead of the Iron Hide that it normally plays, which is, you know, something. Yeah, they might want the opt and then also the ability to prevent any kind of damage. Well, you know, could be something that they value more than blocking the 2, because they always have the extra resource lying around. But for the most part, I think it's like another good card common to exist, and I think the more of those that the game has, the better. I'm probably mid stale, maybe to low stale, but I think some of them will sneak into lists. I think it's going to be something that folks are going to look at, like, okay, Ironhide, Iron Rot, Seeker, or Quell. I think in most situations, I think I would want the Seekers over the Quell, but we'll see. Next we have Silken Guy or Guy. I'm not exactly sure, but it is a generic equipment chest. It has instant destroy it. The next attack action card you play this turn has -1. It costs 1 less to play. So this is a one-time. It's a common also. It's a one-time kind of discount on your attacks, but it's also going to discount its power. So it's, to me, I mean, it's nice that it is instant, which it has one thing better than Blossom of Spring, but I still think Blossom of Spring is the better card here. And I think because of that, I think this is probably closer to Rotten, very low stale. I think maybe some decks care, but 1 whole damage off is more than you'd think.
Yeah, kind of like what we were talking about. Breakpoints are very important. So the fact that this kind of kicks it down potentially past another breakpoint is not the direction that you really want to go. I don't hate the idea of this card. The fact that you're getting, you know, a benefit for a cost. Like it's not an upfront cost where you have to pay to activate it, but it does make your thing worse. I do like that sort of design space where you're paying with something other than resource, which I think is kind of cool. But yeah, I think realistically, Blossom of Spring just does what this does better. So I think I agree with you, probably close to Rotten. But I appreciate what they're going for at the very least.
Absolutely. And it will probably play pretty cool in limited. Now, what does Threadbare Tunic do?
So we have a new tunic, so this is obviously going to be played in every single deck. But so this is a generic chest piece. It has no block value, and it has instant destroy this to gain a resource. Crazy, right? Activate this ability only if you have no cards in hand. So it helps you activate Rock.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. This is for the Rock Blitz decks, right?
Yeah. This is Rock Blitz. Again, I think Blossom of Spring just does what you want this to be more frequently. But I don't know. It's another tunic, so now I have a meme that I can reference. I don't think it's great. The no cards in hand requirement we've seen with Rock specifically is actually surprisingly tough to do for the most part. So I don't know if this is going to be super reasonable to try to do. Obviously, for something like limited, this does probably do some work because it looks like we're going to be pitching a lot and just getting cards out. But I don't know. Just 1 free resource is kind of cool, but the activation requirement is pretty steep. So I think this lives in pretty solid Rotten territory.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with you. You know, the Rock thing is not for nothing, right? But like obviously it would have to be the Blitz deck because Final Spring Tunic is just better if you're going to play longer. But even so, I think Blossom of Spring is just better anyway.
Yeah.
So Yeah, rotten for Threadbare Tunic. Next we have Fisticuffs, which is a generic equipment arms common. It has no block value. It has an attack reaction. You can pay 2 to destroy it. Target attack action card gains +1. I'm going to just say this is a limited card. This is close to rotten. That's 2 for 1. That's a steep cost, and then an even steeper cost is that you're playing this instead of a good arm piece. So that's just where it is. And I'm sorry, but maybe it's good in Typonus or something.
Yeah, just somebody that needs something. Yeah, I don't think this is it. This reminds me a lot of what's that card from Tales of Aria? Cracker Jacks, which I think Cracker Jacks is just better. So
free, right?
Yeah,
you just pop.
I think it's literally free. I'm actually looking it up right now. It is an action. It's not an attack reaction, but it's the same everything else. The next attack action card you play this turn gets +1, and it costs a whole 2 resources less to do it just at action speed instead. So, yeah, I don't think that this card does it. I think that 2 resources is a lot to ask for that. So, yeah, this will be a limited card for sure.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the same for the next card, which is Fleetfoot Sandals, if you want to tell us what that does.
Yeah, so this is just a generic legs piece, doesn't block for anything, and it also has an attack reaction on it to destroy itself, and target attack with 1 or less base power gains go again. Not very exciting. Lives in the same space that Snapdragon Scalers does, but does much less with that space. It is obviously just an improvement in terms of overall design from the previous card, in that at least this doesn't cost 2 resources to do this. Yeah, I think pretty rotten, save for the art, which for those of you who are listening just audio only, you should look up the art for this, because it is somebody that looks to be in a crow's nest on a pirate ship.
Sure
does.
Very
Pirates.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with you on Fleetfoot Sandals. Here, it's a worse Snapdragon Scalers, and we can just leave it at that. It is a rotten. Now let's get to a section that I like to call the generic poppers. The first one is called Amnesia, which is a majestic generic attack. It comes just in red. It is cost 2 for 6 and blocks 3. Great stats. And when this hits a hero, cards and tokens they own lose and can't gain names until the start of your next turn. So first of all, this is the first depiction on a card, to my knowledge, of just a regular dude. That's just a guy in jeans and a long sleeve t-shirt, which I'm assuming is us, the player, and is also what I look like when I'm trying to think of what combo lines are, because I don't know what my opponent is doing on Katsu. But so there are some interesting things with Amnesia here. There's it's a pretty, I don't know if it's narrow on hit. There are some uses. I had looked them up initially and I've already forgotten them, which is kind of on theme for the card. So some things care about the names and the tokens, and I don't remember what they are, but I'm sure this is still good. It's a 2 for 6 that blocks 3. It's a generic popper that you can throw in, has a good on hit. I'm assuming good on it. So, yeah, I'm going to say a solid fresh. I think it's just live in sideboards.
Definitely. We've seen, and we're actually going to see even with the next card, that the 2 for 6 that blocks for 3 is actually like kind of a premium stat line. Like even with Erase Face, that only has a block value of 2. What's the other one? Nourishing Emptiness, I think also, maybe that one blocks for 3.
That blocks for 3.
Yeah, but they don't do it as much. They have been pulling back on the 2 for 6 for 3, which is like fine, because I think it is really good. So at a baseline, yeah, I think that all of the stats make sense. The on hit is really, really spicy against very specifically ninjas. Ninjas hate to see this card, because it just means you cannot combo on the turn if this hits off. Like, it's pretty punishing there. I think I remember seeing there was a like an infographic on what gets affected by this sort of thing and what doesn't. And the generic rule of thumb is like if there's something that says like, like for these pieces of equipment that we've seen where it's like destroy Fleetfoot sandals, that wouldn't be affected because whenever it refers to itself, it's just referring to the card physically. But yeah, for something like combo lines where it's like if the last attack was this, then obviously it doesn't have that name. So it's a little bit weird for some people, especially when it first got released. A lot of people were kind of confused on what it did and didn't affect, but I think you're right that this is like it's a solid sideboard option, and I think pretty powerful in the situations where its effect actually makes an appearance. So yeah, sideboard fresh for sure.
So I'm guessing. Well, it affects Phoenix Flame, right? Can't go grab it because it calls that out by name. Rune Chants lose their name, so you don't get discounts, I believe. Because it says tokens as well, so. And then Spectral Shields is another thing. This is a common thing that's coming up. And I guess there's a couple other things that care about it, but I guess it's funny. Emperor can't go get Command and Conquer.
Yeah. Yeah, because it just doesn't have that name anymore. It just is a blank card, essentially. So pretty funny.
Yeah, really cool, fresh sideboard card. Can you tell us about the next card, which, I'm interested to hear your thoughts on it.
So this one, if it doesn't have anything else, it's got a catchy and an impressive name, Down and Dirty. We're gonna get down and dirty here. So this is another generic attack action, another majestic. And as I was kind of alluding to, this one is a 2 for 6, but it only blocks for 2. And I think the reason that they did that is because the only effect this card has is while this is in your arsenal, you may defend with it, which is interesting. Obviously, it's not as impressive because it would only be defending for 2, but you normally can't defend with stuff from your arsenal. So there's that. I genuinely don't know how to feel about this card. I don't think that is necessarily worth it. I mean, if you're in a situation where you wanted to play, there's that generic attack from Welcome to Wraith that people were playing as just like a popper. I think that this is better than that, just because, it is something that if you arsenal it, it can still be a popper from your arsenal. So there's that. But I think in most use cases, outside of playing against specifically Illusionist, this doesn't feel great. It just feels odd. This sets Fog down, where it's like a very narrow, very specific hate card.
Okay.
Weird.
So what would be your rating?
Weird.
Yeah, it's certainly weird.
I know that's not on the scale, but like, I don't know, sideboard stale.
Interesting.
I don't know. I would love to hear what you think about it.
Okay, so the things you've named are pretty important, right? It's a popper that you can defend from Arsenal. I think that's probably the best use case here. Especially, I think folks have been bringing up Dominia. Dominia is the one that can banish something from your hand. You're like, oh, you banished my only 6. Oh no, wait, from Arsenal, down and dirty. That is really neat. And I think we are underrating a little bit the ability to block from Arsenal, even if it's only 2, right? I am looking at this card, and part of me is like, first of all, why is it majestic? I mean, it's certainly a really good card, but also this is something that you can load into your arsenal with Riptide on your opponent's turn, which is really neat, and block with it. And then if you don't need to block with it, it's still a 2 for 6, which is a perfectly fine rate. I don't think it's going to set the world on fire, but I think it's going to be something that we're really happy to have as an option in deck building, especially sideboards. And and I'm kind of excited to see where it goes from here, because certainly it's always the last or the least used ability on Art of War. But when you need to use it, you're really happy that you have it, right? So
it is still an option.
yeah, so that's where I'm at on it. I am like at a very optimistic fresh here. I think it's going to play a lot better than folks think right now, and I think it's really cool, and I'm happy that it exists. And this is 6, and I like brute stuff, so there's that too.
It's definitely going to be one of the cards that I look to just pick up a quick foil playset of, because I think it'll be relatively easy to do so.
For sure, yeah. I mean, until the Dromas and Prisms are running the world again. Definitely. So next is Give and Take. So we had Down and Dirty. Now we have Give and Take. This is another Majestic generic. It comes in red. It costs 1 and attacks for 3 and blocks for 3. It has Go again. And whenever Give and Take is defended by an attack or an action card, not an attack action card, any action card, you may put an action card with cost less than Give and Take's attack from your graveyard on top of your deck. I think this card is quite good.
Yep.
Just a 1 for 3 go again, blocks 3 is a fine rate already. And then, hey, I can get something back. This feels like everything you want Cadaver's Contraband to be, and more. Except Cadaver's Contraband does pop things. So initially on this, I'm interested to see what decks want to play it. I'm not sure. That's the kind of tough thing about these generics, but the effect is very good, and I think it's a solid fresh.
I definitely agree. Like the fact that it's just you may put an action card, you get either an attack or a non-attack, and it's cost less than this card's attack. So you can get something that costs up to 2 back on top of your deck with this, as long as your opponent defends it. I am honestly pretty surprised that this blocks for 3. This feels like something they would just slap 2 block on and call it a day. So like you're saying, the 1 for 3 that blocks 3 is like a pretty decent rate. I think this might make some waves, honestly. I think that this is just a cool recursion option that is just like pretty. I think there are a decent amount of decks that can make use of this. So yeah, I'm going to say probably fresh, maybe even an optimistic high fresh for Give and Take. I like it. It's a really interesting effect, and it's very broad. Just neat.
You get itself back, which is really cool too. So you can just start looping your Give and Takes, which is kind of fun. I don't know if that's what you want to do, but I think they block and you get your CNC back on top. I think you're pretty happy. So what does Gore Belching do?
Boy, howdy, what? That's a good question. Okay, so this is another Majestic attack action. It costs 0, comes in red, so only pitches for 1. It doesn't have a block value, which is something that we've seen, relatively frequently, mostly with brute cards. But this also is a 0 for 7. And before people go crazy, it does have other text. It reads, when this attacks, reveal cards from the top of your deck until you reveal an attack action card. If you do, banish it, and this gets -X, where X is the power of the card banished this way. Otherwise, this gets -7, and then shuffle. So just to parse that together, because it is definitely a very different effect from what we've seen so far. This becomes basically the complement of whatever card you reveal. So it attacks for 7, you reveal something with 1 attack, it's now an attack for 6. If you reveal something with 6 attack, and it's an attack for 1, and sort of everything in between. So this is a very interesting card that has a really high base power that kind of doesn't want to be played alongside other high base power cards. So very much like a ninja card. potentially very good with within Assassin, just because Azuri can sneak this into play and get around the attack trigger, because you've done it in the reaction step now. So it can just be, another attack for 7. Really interesting. I am kind of interested to play this in like a Benji deck where you really only want to play things that attack for 1 or 2, so that kind of guarantees that this is at least an attack for 5. Pretty narrow for the types of decks that want to play it, but also just really neat. So just from a neat factor as well, I think I'm going to call this a fresh, maybe just a low fresh because of the scope of it, but also the name is like super sick.
So, this was Ethan Van Sant, aka Mansant's spoiler card, which obviously the head and leader of the League of Levia. Yeah. This does turn off Blood Debt if you hit the 6, but it only comes in for 1, which is very interesting, and it makes me mad that this is a card that I want to play but shouldn't. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I think you're right. Benji really likes this card, and kind of find a way to give this go again, and then you're really off to the races, come in for 5 go again, and so on and so forth. And I also think Chain or Shadow Runeblade likes this card. Kind of get something. Usually their attack actions can be played from Banished Zone, so that's always something as well. I don't know how good it's going to be. This is going to be one of those weird build around cards that folks are going to have to really look at. It's cool. It's certainly cool, and I love the art, and I love the name as well. I'm probably like build around low fresh, and we'll see what the hell we can never put this in.
Yeah, I do think that it's interesting, especially like you said within Chain, because you can make a Soul Shackle to give it go again, and then potentially hit like a Shadow of Ursa or Bounding Demagon or something. Actually, it's kind of neat.
Doesn't work with Chain's ability, unfortunately.
Right, it is just a Runeblade attack. Yeah, Shadow or yeah. That would be cool though.
It would be really neat, right? It's like the first thing I thought about. I was like, oh, and I was like, but still could get something that is good. This next card has another running for one of the best arts in the set. What is, or actually, it's my turn. Burns of the Past, which is a generic action that blocks for 3. It's a majestic. It's a blue, and it costs 0. Until end of turn, target hero can't play defense reaction cards with the same name as a card in their graveyard. If there are 10 or more defense reaction cards in their graveyard, draw a card, and has go again. So this is a sideboard card, right? And I guess for Riptide, pretty much, I guess it has some uses. Maybe Viscerai likes this to play this out first, and then kind of go on. It's a blue 0 that costs 3. It's certainly going to live in the sideboards of things, because in some decks it's just not going to do anything. And I don't know if anything's going to be good enough. If Riptide's going to be good enough to the point that this is good. So I'm pretty low on this card currently. And I think I'm a mid stale.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Like, even outside, like if you're trying to think about this outside of Riptide, most decks, I think, don't even play a total of 10 defense reactions. Like, you'll have some in the sideboard. You might see a total of like 9 through like Sink Below, Fate Foreseen, and Unmovable, if they wanted to go that deep. So outside of Riptide, who specifically wants to jam as many defense reactions in the form of traps as possible, I don't know that this just like triggers against most players. I guess the sort of relevant thing is the first line of text isn't horrendous to prevent like multiple copies of Sink Below or something like that.
Sure.
But it feels like if you're not trying to get the draw card, just having this be a free thing that maybe has an effect, unless you can nearly guarantee that it will be impactful, just feels pretty bad as a slot. So yeah, I think I'm probably stale or low stale, slightly higher on it if Riptide if Riptide is a real concern. because I feel like this would be a pretty decent sideboard option against Riptide. But outside of that, it's a little bit tough, I think.
For sure. Yeah, I'm right there with you. The next card, though, Premeditate. What does that do?
Oh, I'm much higher on this card. So Premeditate is the last Majestic that we're going to be talking about, I believe. It's a generic non-attack action. It comes in red, costs 0, blocks for 2. And it reads, the next time an attack action card hits a hero this turn, create a Ponder token. And the next attack action card you play from Arsenal this turn gains +3 attack. And then it has Go again. So there are some local players that are part of my my play group that have been referring to this as Ponder Run, and I very much appreciate that. That's good stuff. And I think that this honestly gives Plunder Run kind of a run for its money in specific decks that care about playing cards from Arsenal, of course. The creating a Ponder token on hit, isn't quite as impactful as drawing a card. It's not as immediate of an effect, but the cards the decks that want to play cards from Arsenal don't always need that immediate of an effect, like that kind of a payoff. Like in Azalea, in Riptide, that sort of thing, like getting the Ponder tokens so that you can set up later and guaranteeing that you're playing something from Arsenal to get that buff. I think this card is quite good. The buff, a +3 buff is always good. Ponder token, especially for you're playing this in a deck that, as I mentioned, cares about the Arsenal. Ponder token lets you Arsenal super easily. In that sort of strategy, I think this card is kind of crazy. I think this is like at the very minimum a high fresh, maybe even like low fresh to death in those strategies. Really, really nice thing too, specifically in Riptide, is again the fact that this reloads to guarantee that if you have an attack action, it is getting that +3.
Yeah. This card is first of all, it's crazy because this is a Majestic, right? Plunder Run was a rare. We had all 3 colors of Plunder Run, and it was too good. And now we have a Majestic Premeditate, which is very good. I think this is probably closer to the low fresh to death. I think a lot of decks want this. I think I'm thinking about even like Lexi and Briar really like this because they get to go. I'm blanking on the lightning card that you play from Arsenal gets Go again, which is very good. All of a sudden, it's coming in for 7, and you've activated your Rosetta Thorn because you play the non-attack action, you play an attack action, all that fun stuff. It is the real business, and it's very good. And I think it's fair, and we're going to see it in a lot of different decks. So yeah, low fresh to
Definitely.
death. Next we have Humble, one of my favorite Kendrick Lamar songs, which is a rare, comes in all 3 colors. The red is a 2 for 6, blocks 2. Like you said, we don't see a lot of those block 3s anymore. When this hits a hero, that hero loses all abilities until the end of their next turn. This is a Sleep Dart, a reprint in different numbers, and that's just what it is. And Leviah hates it, obviously, and whatever. Let's just make things harder for that deck. It's been too good for too long.
Yeah.
But it's I think Sleep Dart is like the Sleep Dart effect is useful, and the fact that this is generic and any deck can play it, I think is also pretty cool. If Leviah or something that really cares about their hero text ever becomes relevant, this is something that you're going to want to pack into your sideboard, and I think it's a sideboard low fresh, just as like a generic option.
I certainly agree. This is, Sleep Dart is an impactful card in situations where, like you've said, the hero ability ends up being something that you really want to take away from somebody. I think that this, above all, really is quite effective as a sideboard option against Dromai specifically, because she cares quite a bit about her text box. It's also a popper. So I think that the red version could genuinely see some play if Dromai ends up putting up more of a meta percentage. I think that it'll honestly maybe make her a little bit tougher of an option to bring to an open field, if that is the case. But yeah, I mean, the other thing to take into account here is we have seen a lot of cards that we've evaluated as like, oh, this is a popper, and there's only so many that you can bring. So
Yeah.
it is about which one is sort of the most useful. But I do think that in a vacuum, Humble is really good, specifically against Dromai. And Sleep Dart is a fine effect. So it's like, yeah, like sideboard low fresh, I think is pretty fine for where this can sit.
For sure. Now, what does Infectious Host do?
This one's weird and weird. It's another rare generic attack action. It comes in all 3 colors, costs 0, attacks for 4 or 3 or 2, depending on which color you're at, and blocks for 2 across all 3. And it reads, when this attacks a hero, if you control a frailty token, create a frailty token under their control, then repeat for inertia and blood rot pox. So it kind of turns the tables on your opponent. It's a little bit weird. I would really love it if it was just straight up mirror the amount of each of those tokens. So it's like, oh, you gave me 8 Blood Rot Pox tokens. Okay, now you have 8 too. I think that would have been really funny. As it stands, this is an 0 for 4, doesn't have Go Again, so kind of a tough spot. This doesn't feel impactful enough to be a sideboard option. I'm not super high on this, especially just because it requires your opponent to have already made a token under your control. And there aren't, as far as I'm aware, currently ways to create them for yourself. The negative tokens always go under the control of your opponent, so there isn't really a way that you can sort of set it up to get them, unless I'm forgetting
even
a card.
If there were. You would need this card the turn you did it. It's like the worst
doesn't
2-card
feel like
combo.
a fantastic payoff in any way. I think this is definitely more of a limited offering. So I think for that reason, probably rotten. I don't think that this ends up being a card that sees play in Constructed. Yeah.
No, I'm right there with you. I think this is a rotten. And for all the reasons you just said, I mean, it's so narrow, it doesn't do anything other than attack for 4 if you're playing the red. And yeah, definitely. So the next card's a little bit more interesting, I think. It's looking for a scrap, which is a rare, comes in all 3 colors, is a generic attack action. It attacks for 4, blocks for 2, costs 1 for the red. As an additional cost to play it, you may banish a card with 1 attack from your graveyard. When you do, this gains +1 and Go Again. So, if you are playing things with 1 attack in your graveyard or in your deck in general, this could be a 1 for 5 Go Again. This is not a bad rate at all. The best use case I can think of right now is, like in Constructed, would be Chain, right? You can get a Bounding Demagon blue out of your graveyard into your banish zone for a later, or actually for the next attack if you really want to. If you've played a non-attack action, I think. But that's the best use case I can think of it right now. But I'm willing to hear out if you have any better things. Like I'm right at like a high stale currently, and then maybe some better stuff down the pipes.
I think you're pretty much right on it as well. The chain interaction is, like, honestly, I will say, kind of spicy. Being able to recur another blood debt thing to be able to play it. It's definitely narrow. Something that I think is interesting is that it does say banish a card with 1 attack. So this does banish daggers if you've destroyed them with something like Flick Knives or Hurl or whatever.
That's really cool.
But yeah, like it's just the fact that it's worded specifically like that, because normally you'd see just it being an attack action card or whatever. So yeah, it can do that. Again, sort of suffering from the same sorts of limitations that we were talking about when we were referring to Flick Knives and Hurl, that like that's not a super frequent thing that I think you're going to be doing within a game to set this type of thing up. The payoff is fine. Like a 1 for 5 with Go Again is definitely like okay. But yeah, I think probably stale. Probably going to be decent in limited when you're looking to play, more cards that you kind of need to play them and they have one attack as a result. So yeah, it's like fine, not exciting, but fine.
Also worth noting now that you even bring it up is that the blue stealth cards, which you're going to have to play blue in this deck, all have one attack. So they are targets. And actually, now that you notice now that you mention it, the guy in the art is holding one of the daggers, which is makes sense. All coming together. Really, really neat card. I like it because it's going to be something that we're going to continue to look back on, right? When new things are printed, it's like, well, that has one attack. What can we can we play looking for a scrap in there? That's kind of fun. What does Wreck Havoc? This is the first art we saw, I think, of Outsiders, and we finally got the card.
Yeah, this was the very first teaser of Outsiders that we got, and I think it was right around the time that I seem to remember this being at least linked in my mind with like the Emperor reveal, or around that time. So we've known about this one for a long time, and the immediate reaction to this card that a lot of people have had is it just goes to show how good Command and Conquer is.
Yep.
But Wreck Havoc is a rare. It comes in all 3 colors, costs 2, attacks for 6, 5, and 4, and blocks for 2. It's a generic attack action, and it reads, defense reactions can't be played to Wreck Havoc's chain link. So the same sort of thing as Command and Conquer. And then when this hits a hero, you may turn a card in their arsenal face up, then destroy a defense reaction in their arsenal. So obviously significantly worse than Command and Conquer's effect, but also, again, this is a rare. If it was the same power level, I think that would be nuts. Having potentially 9 Command and Conquers, 12 if you're playing the original ones too, would be a little bit much. I think that this is exactly the power level that a rare Command and Conquer has to be. I think that it's perfectly designed. It works within the set. It is good into specific metas, like we were saying, specifically with Riptide. I feel like he's probably going to want to put defense reactions face down into his arsenal quite a bit, so you can kind of slot in some Wreck Havocs and potentially get him, especially because he can't defense react to it, so it just kind of gives you a little bit of extra reach there. But all in all, not a supremely exciting card. But I do think that this is how it was supposed to be. This was designed correctly. So yeah, like sideboard, low fresh, generally probably low stale. But yeah, also great art.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. I'm right there with you. I think this is a great budget option. If you want to play more of these cards, or if you just don't have Command and Conquer, and you want to play something that's going to get around defense reactions, Wreck Havoc is going to be that, right? And yet again, it's another popper, much like the next card, which is cut down to size, which is a common, comes in all 3 colors. The red is a 2 for 6, blocks 2. It's a generic attack action. And when this hits a hero, if they have 4 or more cards in hand, they discard a card. So this basically requires 1 card, always, right? And that isn't, I don't think it's going to be good enough, right? We've already covered a bunch of 6s that are better than this for constructed. Yeah. And certainly a cool commoner card or whatever, and it'll be awesome in limited, especially when you sneak it in with Azuri. But that is something that that's for limited, and this is a constructed review, and I think this is probably close to rotten, just due to the fact that you're going to have so many better options.
Definitely the one sort of note that I had was the one that you had mentioned, where this is a good card in limited to sneak in with Azuri, because you attack with a unassuming stealth card, and then it all of a sudden becomes this. And because your opponent didn't respect the stealth card, they now have to discard something. So probably not making waves anywhere outside of that. But yeah, there are better options. Even Wreck Havoc, I think, is just a better version of this in constructed. Just more relevant in more situations.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, what is this? The art on this next card is pretty insane. But Destructive Deliberation. What does this do?
Yeah, you are right. This card is weird. Excuse me. But yeah, Destructive Deliberation, another generic attack action, comes in all three colors. Costs 2, attacks for 5, blocks for 2, then attacks for 4 and 3 in the other two colors. And pretty straightforward, nice and simple. When this hits a hero, create a ponder token. And I think that this fits sort of in the same vein as Cut Down to Size. I think this is honestly like maybe slightly better, even though it attacks for 1 less. Creating a ponder token on hit at all is quite nice. Ponder tokens are good after all, so I think that this will mostly see play in limited, and probably do a decent amount of work there in various strategies. But yeah, like in terms of a 2 for 5, I think we can do better in constructed at this point. So probably around Rotten. But I would say it's a higher form of Rotten than Cut Down to Size. I think that this is a better card to be playing.
Definitely. Yeah, I'm right there with you. It's limited. You know, these a lot of these are Azuri targets. You know, kind of just like throw something with a cool little on hit or whatever. And yeah, I would say Rotten. Next is Feisty Locals, which is I believe is a common here. It is comes in all three colors. It's a 0 cost for 3 attack, 2 defense. If this is defended by an action card, it has +2. This is pretty not good. I don't know. I think this is like the best way to say it. Like, it's just not impactful. It is a 0 for 3 with no go again. Sure, it's going to have some, I guess, useful stuff in limited. Maybe I don't even know if it's even that good there. But it is a solid Rotten for me.
Yeah, I do think it's funny. The flavor text for this is far more dangerous than a man with a sword is a man with nothing to lose. This card does not imply a man with nothing to lose for me. I could definitely lose this card and not feel too bad about it. Yeah, I think pretty Rotten. It's, you know, I can see it, but realistically, at the sort of bare minimum for this attack to go off, your opponent misreads it and blocks with an action that only blocks for 2, and it is still coming in for 3. That's not very exciting.
No, not at all. Now we have the other side of it. It's freewheeling renegades.
Yeah, so another attack action lives in very much a similar wheelhouse, I think, to Feisty Locals. It's a 1 cost, attacks for 6 and blocks for 2, and the yellow attacks for 5, blue attacks for 4, which on its face sounds great, but unfortunately there are more words. If this is defended by an action card, this has -2. So where Feisty Locals gets a buff, this gets a nerf if it's defended. So that definitely hurts a lot, because, you know, if you attack with this and your opponent blocks with anything that blocks for 3, you're basically allowing that card to block for 5. This now is attacking for 1 total damage, and not great. Obviously, this is going to be a limited Azuri target for you to swap in. You know, depending on if your opponent has or has not blocked, then, you know, sometimes this is just a 1 for 6. But when it gets blocked, it goes down in value a lot. So definitely not worthwhile. Pretty Rotten outside of limited.
I will say I can see one reason why this would bring it up to stale. I think that there is a world where Rhinar wants the red, right? You've intimidated cards out of their hand, and now you have a 1 for 6, which is pretty cool. And it's a 6 in your deck. I don't know if it's really going to make the cut, but it's not. It's not nothing. So we'll see. But nothing. Mostly rotten, with a little spice of Rhinar stale. Now, the next couple cards are reprints. We have Ravenous Rabble, which we all know and love. It's a great card, sees a lot of play. The red sees a lot of play. Seek Horizon it's never really cracked into many decks here. We don't even really need to talk about it. It's not changing anything by being reprinted other than limited. And Spring Load is not a reprint, is it?
No. This is a brand new card for this one.
So this Spring Load is comes in all 3 colors of common. It is 1 cost, 3 power, 2 defense. When this attacks, if you have no cards in hand, it gains +1 for the red, and then +2 for the yellow, and then, or actually interesting. No, the red has to give it +3, right? Yeah. I'm sorry, I don't have the art for the red, but I have the yellow, which gives it +2. This is an okay card. I don't know. I mean, if you have no cards left, it's gonna be fine. But other than that, I don't think it's really making any waves here. It's pretty solid rotten.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much where this is going to live. I mean, it's in limited, certainly a good way to end your turn. You do a couple things and then you end with, if you have the red, it's a 1 for 5, which is fine. But in limited, something like Lava Burst is kind of where my immediate comparison. Chainlink 4 or higher comes in as a 0 for 5. This being a 1 for 5 with kind of more of a requirement is not fantastic. I'll say it basically as a default every time, though, for these cards where I'm kind of ripping on them for not being good. Cool art.
Yeah, very, very, very cool. Very, very cool. And then, after Spring Load, we have Come to Fight, which is another reprint, which don't need to talk about. Fine, non-attack action. What does Scout the Periphery do?
Scout the Periphery is another sort of buff card that lives as kind of the common version of Premeditate. It is 0 cost, blocks for 2, comes in all 3 colors, and it reads, look at the top card of target hero's deck, so you can look at yours or your opponent's deck. And then it also reads, the next attack action card you play from Arsenal this turn gains +3 attack, and go again. So it is another buff. It is, as mentioned, closer to, it is like the Premeditate buff, where it has to be an attack from Arsenal, rather than the Plunder Run buff, which is just the next attack you play. So the buff is a little bit more limited. The looking at the top card of target hero's deck is not irrelevant, especially like within Azalea. To make sure, like, it isn't opt, so if you have a dud on top, you can't really clear it or anything, but it does work well at the very minimum in a limited aspect with Azalea, to sort of let you know what you're doing, and you're also setting up the arrow that you're able to dominate. So interesting overall. Rangers specifically have a lot of buffs already to consider, so this probably doesn't make the cut ultimately. But sort of interesting. I do like the fact that it gives you information about what your opponent's going to be drawing into. That's never a bad thing, extra information, but I'm not excited by this card. Probably, I would say probably high rotten. It's not horrendous, but I think that there are so many better options that exist, especially in Constructed.
Certainly. I'm going to be right there with you. I think this card, it's not bad by any means, but it's just not really going to. It's just not something you really want to be playing. There's so many better options, because I'm thinking mostly Azalea here, and I mean, I guess Riptide it's a decent card, but it's still right better options. This is a limited card, but next we have Brush Off, which is a common that comes in all 3 colors. This is a generic instant. It costs 0. The next time you'd be dealt damage, the next time you would be dealt 3 damage this turn, prevent it, and then it's 2 damage and 1 damage. So this is interesting. This specifically calls out an amount of damage. So that being said, I think that I feel like the yellow is probably the best, because you can say like for the Rosetta Thorn, Arcane. Maybe the blue's good against Riptide. I think the narrowness of this makes it like not good, if that makes sense. But I'm gonna have like a low stale, like with some weird uses here and there.
Some weird caveats.
Yeah. What about you?
So the spoiler that I have up on Fabry right now does seem to be complete with the other 2, and it looks like the red and the yellow are actually 3 or less damage.
Oh, really? That's interesting. I have different art. Oh. Well, yeah. I don't know.
Interesting.
It's interesting because I have one with the art, and it says 2 or less. Oh, 3. It says 3 damage.
Yeah,
2 or less, 1 or less, or 1. That's weird, right?
Yeah. But anyway, so I think it's probably 3 or less for the red. I don't know if there's, because it would be weird for the yellow to just be out of that, and then 1 or less with the blue one wouldn't really make sense.
Oh yeah. Actually, you know what? When I click into the red, it says 3 or less, but when I don't click into it, it just says dealt 3 damage this turn. Anyway, doesn't matter.
Yeah. But I think that sort of makes it interesting. The fact that it is like the next instance of 3 or less. It kind of fits into a similar spot as like Sigil of Solace. Obviously, the comparison there is pretty easy because it's an instant that sort of gains you 3 life. The fact that it does care about a specific chunk of damage, it needs to be something 3 or less instead of just prevent the next 3 damage that would be dealt to you this turn. Does make it a little bit more narrow, but I actually kind of don't hate this card. It's interesting, obviously, in terms of ways to prevent damage. We do already have Sigil of Solace, which fits into a very similar vein. In fact, is maybe a little bit more just well-rounded as an effect, because I know we were talking about toxicity earlier, and it's like, well, you can't prevent that because it's just loss of life. Sigil of Solace plays nicely into that, whereas this doesn't. So this does feel kind of just like a worse Sigil of Solace, although it does prevent on hits from triggering specific ones, so that's not nothing. That being said, I don't hate this. I think that it's fine. It's very specific for, situations where you really, really want to prevent on hits from triggering. But in those situations, I don't think it's bad. So I would say maybe like a high stale. Very situational, but decent if you need this sort of thing.
Yeah, and certainly important if we're going to continue to print things that have the Steelblade Shunt, Reckless Swing, Riptide Trap stuff going on, right? So maybe, now that I know the actual text of the card, I think I'm a little bit higher on it. So, but yeah, that's going to bring us to our last card, Bill. Peace of Mind. Would take it away, my friend.
Oh boy. Well, we have another damage prevention effect. This is another instant. It costs 2, and it comes in all 3 colors. And it reads, the next time you would be dealt physical damage, like attack damage this turn, prevent 4 of that damage, and then create a ponder token. The yellow one prevents 3, and the blue prevents 2. This one is, I would say, a lot more narrow than Brush Off. The fact that it calls out a specific type of damage rather than, just any type. This notably does not prevent damage that would be dealt through, like you say, the Steelblade Shunt, the Riptide effect. Doesn't prevent those things, doesn't prevent flick knives damage. It does give you a ponder token, but the fact that these cost 2 is pretty rough. I think that these are probably the easiest rotten that I've called thus far. But I think that these could have been just the next time you would be dealt damage this turn for 2 resources. I think that would have been I think that could be 1 resource for the next time you'd be dealt damage, prevent 4 of it. But yeah, I don't know. This feels like a lot for not a lot of gain.
Yeah, it's tough when we have Oasis Respite kind of out there. A ponder token is quite good though. It's worth noting. I look at this. It's printed because you have a hero in this set, limited, that can give dominate to arrows, and that's Azalea. And you need something like this. I would not be surprised to find out that Peace of Mind Red is getting played in something. Preventing 4 attack is still something that's good. As we get things with more dominate, etc. Bravo's looking really good right now. That's worth noting. And the ponder token is quite good, and I think that shows how much they value the ponder token by making this cost 2. And so that being said, I think I'm like mid stale to low stale on it, but I'll be interested to see if it pops up anywhere, because Oasis Respite is something that folks are really loving to play, and if they want more of it, now they have the option to have more. So that's
gonna do it. But God, this one was a tough one to to really try to evaluate these cards, because like I was saying, especially once we got to the hybrid cards, having to consider so many different playstyles and the effects that some of these cards might have on those other playstyles is pretty tough. So I've been saying it, especially during spoiler season, there were a lot of people that had very hard and fast evaluations of cards, where you look at a card and you're just like, this card's bad. I understand why people want to do that, but I think that this set, more than any other, that is extremely difficult to actually have an accurate assessment of how good these cards are just off the rip. We're really going to have to wait to see how things play out, what cards end up overperforming or underperforming. I think the safest bet for me right now is that most of the Bloodrot Pox cards are just good.
They're like must blocks most of the time. If it creates a Bloodrot, it's pretty good.
But that's like the most confident that I feel like I can be.
Certainly, and Azuri is initially going to be something that we're going to have to worry about. Riptide is a puzzle beyond belief. Katsu and Benji have a lot of fun new toys, and Azalea is looking like maybe the highest tier Azalea will ever be, which is great. And something that you said about evaluation of cards and people jumping on, like this is not good, or this is the best I've ever seen. Initially, I think this is like more of a reason for us to continue to do these things. Yeah, me and you, Bill, because we both come with our own ideas and we get to talk through it, which is kind of fun. Yep. And maybe, we point something out that we hadn't seen before. And then all of a sudden we're like, wait, maybe this card is way better than we thought. I mean, look at how our ideas of inertia and frailty evolved through the whole video. I mean,
yeah. It's like, that's one of the things that I look forward to, like when we do these set reviews, is just having the excuse to sit down and actually read through every card. Sometimes you read something and you're like, wait, this interacts this way, or, oh, this doesn't interact the way that I thought it did. And it just gives me, such a good baseline for how I'm going to be moving forward with card evaluation for this entire set. I think it's something that's super useful, and I think it's a greater sort of lesson that can be gleaned from it is like sometimes you have to look at everything within context to sort of really start getting opinions about things.
Absolutely.
And this one was a doozy, but I'm glad that I was able to come back. I'm very honored as always.
Well, we all love having you, and it's been a great time. I think it's time to say goodbye. I would love for you to plug anything that you like to plug, and thank you again, of course, my friend.
Yeah, I like as long as you'll keep having me, I'll keep showing up. This is always a great time. But yeah, I'm Bill from the Spike Feeders. You can find me on Twitter at BillTSF. You can also find me on YouTube at Spike Feeders Fab. We do live edited gameplay content, mostly Blitz, just because they're a little bit easier to edit and they're a little bit easier to keep fun and light, which is kind of what we look to do. I'm also 1/3 of the Living Legends podcast, and that's with myself, Red Zone Rogue, and Az from Go Again Gaming. And feel free to check us out if you like that as well. But I'm definitely going to be plugging this because this is the most impactful thing that I do on set reveals and set releases. This is obviously also like a labor of love for both of us.
Yeah, certainly. It's it's one of those things, like it's long and it's a haul, but it feels good in the end that we did it. So.
Yeah. I'm now more excited for this set than I was when we started. So
absolutely. I'm going to be brewing more decks tonight because I'm a maniac. I probably should just be editing this, but hey, if you're watching this, it's already edited, so you don't have to worry about it. So you all can continue to find me on Twitter at FreshBudsPod. Give the YouTube a like, comment, subscribe. Once we hit 500 subscribers, I'm going to do a full adult Levia cosplay, and my co-host Gary on the Blood Rush Bella will be the rabbit that dies or has been killed by Levia, and it's going to be a blast. And check out the Buds Discord. It's a great safe place for all the buds to hang out, talk about Flesh and Blood and a whole bunch of other things. And Patreon, check that out as well. But let's have a blast in the pits with Outsiders. Everyone, have a great week at the release.